Jag tror inte så saken in den totataten kunnen in den quittekaten dan in den societies. I may need to load up and do one of those things just to like free the mind, just a wee bit, like every time I get live. And I feel like sometimes there's like a little bit of a stronghold on certain words or certain topics or certain things I want to get into. So that may just be like some of those opening things. Rock-a-doodle-doo! Breaking through to ya. Back to the elves again. That's pretty much the plan. Until we break through something. Gosh, how did that reappear so quick? Don't be worried with this. Your mind just might erase just a bit. But it'll be a lot of perfect places for new injections. Perfect canvas, you might say. I think it's about time to quit vaping. Just about time. And it's probably more so time to experiment with those street cams potentially. Talk about like a little energy. I'm just knocking in just for a sec. If you feel the temperature change, you know. It's not me. I was just stopping by for a little bit of energy. But that is if I'm experimenting like this, you know. I gotta make sure I keep the mental high in high places. So we'll see what happens. This is just experimentation time. I gotta make sure to hold on to my seat and buckle up because some are bumpy rides. But experimentation time. I see a spider web. Oh, I see a second one. He's on the move again. Ay, ay, ay. as the theory grows, as the truth shows. Golly. Golly, I don't feel like a jerk. My buddy's messaging me. And I'm like, I'm recording something here. I mean, fine. I guess I could hook these up. But then everyone, you know, might hear a different conversation. I mean, that's like later date, later time. I was just thinking of something to fill space. Like, golly, so much emptiness, you know. But I had to do like either the scenic route or the you know, keep the cauldron bubbling for a sec. He might download Skout though. Who knows? He'd be like that kind of guy. I mean, if he had time. If he wanted to. I need some dodging necklaces. Get my head in the game. I'm worried about EXP. Golly. Big job. Looks fun. Dodgy necklace. God bless. uh, Some about A. I've been trying to remove that thing, but it keeps on coming back. It's not removing A, you know, it's A's a great letter. But jeez. Sometimes you just want to, like, you know, then you just gotta hold it back. What's up? Surveying the street cams. I wish Elps was more entertaining. I get a lot of time to think. And thinking's interesting, you know. Thinking is sort of odd. Like if you're just always on the go, 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 you don't get much time to think, you know. I mean, you sort of have to do a lot of on on the spot, instantaneous decision making and planning. Bada bing, bada boom. Do-do-do, do-do-do. Silent vid. It's the best of them. Over here minding it the consciousness. Don't mind me. Oh. Over here, still think about the street cams. A little surveying. I hate to make it sound like so like what it is. I mean, if I get a little giggle out of it, I think it's great. I know my story and I'm sticking to it. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, let me hear. Hold on. Ah, dang, I did get bit on my finger. I knew it. It's either a bite or a cut. Maybe it's a cut. Alright, hold on. Was it Carrie Underwood who won American Idol? American Idol would. Oh my god. Let's just keep cracking at this consciousness, I guess. Carrie Underwood that won American Idol. Ay, ay, ay. I should probably not repeat that. Holy smokes. Well, when, you know. When tallying back up the performers. Not to get confused, but talk about just slipping in like when the Latin longs get deleted or something. And not 100% about that. It was just sus as heck when I looked it up. And that's just me not remembering everything, or it just could have been a really long dream. Holy smokes. I mean, I guess they're sort of like my Easter eggs to keep cracking it. I guess that is kind of like the pinata version of it. Oh well. That was to people who don't get it, I suppose. I don't know. I feel like I'm getting something here that's like we're supposed to get. Like you don't exactly mention it, you know. You just know and you know. I mean, potentially mentioning things. I mean, and that's like pretty wild. Talk about freedom. Holy smokes. Dance around the topic, I guess. Like a maypole. I remember those in school. Wrapping it with the colorful string. You know, just hiding something. Here we are with that worship again. Out in plain, no, out in plain sight, but nobody notices it. It's just a fun little activity. It adds to the Easter egg pack, you know. Sometimes bunnies do lay eggs. Not, but he doesn't. He's laying them down, like, you know. No, like actually, like a chicken. You get it? Hopefully. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I'm gonna be over here, doing my own thing all night. I don't know, like 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, 9. I think 12 hours is like the limit, right? I mean, not that anyone actually watches a whole 12-hour video. don't know, maybe with AI, you know, I could slap them into shorts one day, wear them around like pantalones. I don't know, I don't know the words for shorts. Uh, but I used what I had, I guess. um, I don't know, my Spanish vocabulary is the widest, I think. But that's just because my mom. I'm sure a lot more Spanish is there, just like locked away. I haven't put two and two together just yet. Hey, glitchy stream. Ay, ay, ay. Oh my gosh. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Hilarious. I'm moving past certain dialogue in the mind. It is funny, but yeah, I kind of lied. Added in like just no one's really ever gonna know. Ah, jeez. Yikes. Talk about really bluffing someone, huh? No. Ay, ay, ay. I won't talk about it now, should I? I mean, it sort of messes with my mind. It was one of those, you know, it's the bros talking sort of thing. Asking if I ever did anything. And I'm like, oh yeah, it sucked me right off dry. Ay, ay, ay. Mentally, ow, fudge. Fudge. Ow. Ow. Mentally, physically, no. Spiritually, yes. Influentially, definitely. But anything in the physical, no. But that was like one of the first things, like the first like cataclysmic event propelling me forward. And honestly, I look back at that still like you just knew way too much. Just knew a lot about a lot of. And you didn't make it very fun. But I was talking about her, to my homie, like, yeah, she definitely did me dirty, but she also did me clean. Fuck no. Excuse the language, but no. That was the first one. I mean, the last one could have been potentially good, but it was probably my inability to just put the game down for a second. Or or maybe that's that just is what it is. I mean, I start replaying that like, well, maybe you wanted to know a lot about a lot about a lot of, and then you even tried, and then it would be maybe like a language thing. Who knows? Because first off, I'm left-handed, and that's how you move your joystick. So like, if I'm gonna be playing something, I mean, I could go without some spells. But I mean, if I'm playing the video game and they don't see me moving, then everyone's gonna know something's going on. But that's just me in my mind, Jeez. But I cut that right off at the knees. We got to win here. We're not trying to lose. I can't remember if we won or lost, honestly. I don't know. I thought it was funny. It was Mobile Bang Bang. That was the game. I think something like that. I think they might have changed the name by yeah, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. By Moontoon or Moontown, Moontown. Over in was it Shanghai? Yep. Shanghai. I looked it up before once. I was tracking down like, who, huh? Why, huh? Interesting game, huh? I never bought anything on there. So it's free to play. Kinda. Kinda. I think they have like runes or stuff still in that game. Like that can kind of make it over like powered. Whereas League of Legends on the mobile version, they don't have that. I tried, I tried to say, but when you started, her account was already in the higher levels. So time to go over to Mobile Bang Bang and grind that out for a bit. I was still on my my side quest, my side load, my what's going on here. Let me check. But talking about me making it awkward as heck, I bet. That's like a good thing, I thought. I mean, you take it all off. a good old learning experience. Ay. There was that one that was like a super situation. But then the last one was like tracking her down, asking questions like, "What's this? Who's that?" Still following them. I wasn't checking in or anything like that. You know, just like a little memory bank. I mean, even the name was like, I mean, that's all she is. But you know, split apart, and then she like grows a little bit more of her shine back. That's not her fault though. I don't think that's anyone's. I just kind of got to move where I'm pushed. But the super situationship was when I was going through a point in time where I was getting choked and stuff, right through the language or whatever was going on. I was having trouble breathing. The spirits were really real. I wasn't blaming her though. I was just like, I was going on like the storyboard. Someone's got to hear this. Just in case I get fried. Plus that was like the first time I got on that website, and super situationship. The website. What website? It wasn't technically like street camping. But the first time I got on the website, I had a search engine. So that like, and then I went to go Google it, and then Google says no, and I went back to the website, and the search engine's gone. Something was definitely turned on. I mean, that's pretty wild. And I knew before even going onto that site that they didn't even have that. So like that's what made it even like worse. Cause like up at the top, like you could put in a username or whatever. But no, I could like search, you know, just put in one letter and then people would already pop up there. I mean, maybe that was like a glitch in their system for new users, maybe potentially. You know, people getting their advertisements out there. I don't know. You know, I gotta keep it real, I suppose. I mean, if it was like that backdoor, God bless. I don't know what's possible, so. But like I start thinking about like the whole, you know, privatize this section, privatize that. And then once they get back, they're on with everyone. It looks to everyone like he just knew what he was doing. I don't know. That is probably what's going on though. I mean, dang. The iPad's at 30%, that's not good. Maybe I turn on the fan and start cooling it down. Just a little loud. I mean, I can turn on this. I'm smart as heck. I gotta stay nonchalant, undercover still. I don't know anything. This life is the only thing real. I was gonna start to pray again tonight. people on this path, this long flight, this journey that may never end. It's crazy how lost we can get. But when you're struggling, this rat race, it's rough. Sometimes you're just trying to get up. That's like teaching yourself how to walk, your first crawl. It's crazy to say God could do it all, but it seems so real. It could be true. The second possible thing I could actually feel in this reality. The actual theory that makes sense. Just a godly existence. Giving me a chance to reclaim I mean, no shame. But my holiness has been tattered. My holiness has been chained. My holiness has been ripped through and thrown away. But if I'm the one that can slap those bandages back on and not be allergic to it, even after being allergic to it, then I know there's a power, God. Not to be so dramatic with you, but there's quite a force in the mind, quite a pathway you can find. And just sort of sit in it, like a lazy river. But it's something you have to be tending to. It comes easy, but not that quick. You can't let it get stagnant. It's quite a cycle to be in. I appreciate you, God. I know you're out there watching all of us. Hoping, making sure we're safe. Hoping, making sure that each journey has a destination that wasn't too early or wasn't too late. It'd be hard to question it with this kind of faith, God. Knowing how easily you put me back in my place, God. And I question, I point. I think, I ask, and I use my own emotions to complain. How could they be gone? How could they have been ready? Again, it's quite an interesting path you put us on. Are you giving us just enough time to encapsulate our own emotions? It's hard to think God this deep and not shed any tears. I've been trying to encapsulate it for years. Full encapsulation though, We'll see. I have quite a lot of motion pouring out of me. I was silent laughing earlier, just thinking to myself, reminiscing. Time passes so quickly in this place we're dwelling in. Especially if you have a task or you're forced to do something. If you find your time machine, it's interesting. But if you're just left wandering, it can drag. One day feel like a whole year again. Putting myself into the body once more. I find it interesting, like I talked about dreams. And then there's theories, or whatever you want to call them, like astral projection or remote viewing, things like that. I've had experiences many times, many times, and when they're so real like that, golly, first maybe they become a dream, and I'm speaking for me, but then at times they become so real it's like reality again. And that's quite the ability to travel. Go to and from something quick. And still remember it. Still be able to retain what you found and were doing. And I've had, my own things, like a 3D printed heart that I believe. I mean, it felt like there was energy encapsulating my heart at the time. It felt like it was being 3D reprinted, or however I want to explain it. And like the laser, that was extremely real. Salt, pepper, sugar cigarette, not to bring that back up, but that's totally part of a real reality, not a dream. And then even waking up completely out of my body then, because of what I ingested. My first trip really down to the mental health hospital. But waking up and the girl was dry humping the floor in front of me. I know that was reality and that was real. But that's quite the experience, especially what I was under the influence of. Now, I potentially could have been completely lobotomized, who knows. So it's interesting, the sort of grounds that came by, the sort of harnesses to reality again. Answering me without even questioning. And it was crazy. I mean, I'll never forget it, but I also don't get it as well. One of the dudes in the mental health hospital, the very next day I woke up, he looked at me and he put his hand on my hair and he's like, it's like wool. And I didn't, it doesn't make it much sense to me, but the Bible, things like that, like it still doesn't make sense to me. But I'm like, fudge, what, to myself? And he seemed honest. I don't know if he was trolling or what was going on. But it's very interesting, very coincidental. In April, I think, so things like that. I mean, it was quite the experience. But again, maybe that's just reality having answers to questions that I haven't asked. Because that is a deep one to even ingest. Now that's quite the suggestion from him, and I knew where he was going and how he threw that at me. But I still don't see or believe. I still don't see or believe. Maybe that's just my naivety to us being human beings. But that was the very next day after waking up in that place. And I tell you what, I thought I was on a whole different planet. I thought I was on a whole different planet when I woke up in Monte Vista. I didn't think I was any longer in Las Vegas. I didn't think I was any longer in Nevada. But after getting a little fresh air and going outside, it was a little bit more of a relief. I did think I was on a whole different planet, though. It was crazy. Thankfully, in the cafeteria, they have windows up very tall, like on the ceiling windows. But I was tall enough, or I am tall enough, to be on my tippy toes and look out, and I was able to see the streets and stuff like that. So that even more welcomed me into a place like feeling home, a place feeling like home. But geez, it was it threw me for quite the loop, especially because again I was under the influence of some stupid stuff, and that was at the same time where the radios were speaking with me. Everything was just lining up. It was the wildest time. It was a huge roller coaster, because it felt like my emotions were on they're like they were playing with my memories in my mind at the same time that they're on the radio just hosting their show. But everything like the laughs, the comments, things like that, they just all seemed to be lining up with what I was thinking. And I thought I had business elsewhere in time, essentially. Like I've never been wild in the mind to think that I need to unalive myself. It was just reality was speaking like I needed, like a little time jump. Like, okay, I see the time we're in, and if I just jump parallelly jump to the parallel reality, then we'll be good. And it's interesting, and then I start breaking down the consciousness, the mind. If we do jump realities, if we do jump places, then the word would essentially be your compartmentalized emotions. And we could take it back to the NPCs too, because essentially it would be like you would have to prompt them to prompt you. So it's a real interesting aspect of time jumping and potentials. Like, are we going to be the same? It would make sense, especially with the language that we're currently using. It would make sense that there wouldn't be any person left behind, conscious. And that's after, digging deep in my consciousness, figuring out what sentience even is. Because like a big old Pinocchio boy, like the radio, having me on its leash. And even after going into the mental health hospital, getting out and turning on the radio, it was still lined up. It doesn't line up as hard as it once did before. It's quite the interesting, weird feeling, like they're watching me, if that makes sense. Um, and not like I don't mind. It was just at a time, and especially back in the apartments, um, because again, I've never had those sort of thoughts in my mind. Um, at least not like that. I mean, I can go into like the emotions of going to school and finishing school, and continuing life with a path and a career, and those sort of emotions, because after dreaming, that was a reoccurring thing. Because I dropped out and eventually got my GED, um, but I was constantly in school trying to graduate. I was stuck in a lot. And these are what I would consider nightmares. But I was constantly in school trying to graduate, stuck. And even when I enrolled into college, I started having a few of those dreams, because it was messed up. Like I got unenrolled in college because it was a whole ID thing. Um, Canceled out of my classes. Then I had to re-enroll, and it was essentially, I guess, my fault in the end, even though they were having the identity theft problem. But it put me like a week behind. I mean, it's not too horrible, I suppose. But it was messing with my mind. I didn't even honestly really finish the semester. Like a week before it ended, or something like that. Maybe two. Um, yeah, yeah. It's gonna be a long night. We're over 7,500 elves. It's only been an hour though. It's like time. So, oh, I forgot. That one situation thing. Her tooth was like the same as mine. It was like the long lost mirror friend, you know. I mean, just or not the bottom ones, but the top one. I don't know. It seemed like identical. Like whoa. I forgot about that. I don't know. I think it's funny. Ay, ay, ay. That was back serving though. And talking about my problems, I didn't know what was going on. I still don't, not 100%. I'm still getting recalibrated to what's possible and what's not. Sing another shorter video. Shorter. No, I might as well just keep on recording. Like my crop falling off. I wonder if we could get AI to simulate the sort of like brain chemical I'm thinking maybe is forming, then have it run through the language to find a test. We're gonna have to break down the words, not break down the words, but just the structure. I think fudge. I don't even know how AI is made again, just numbers. But that's like what I think I'm running on, right? Numbers, and then you got the words. You know, like we're weighing first. Actually, matter of fact, that's way out of my league, I think. I mean, it is, but it isn't. What can I do to help again? I think we're leaving culture behind, at least. That I know. As the truth and theory grows, and as the holiness shows. Was that a spoil? I think that was a spoil. That was going to be the title. Some of the titles I've forgotten and I just had to wing on the spot. I mean, they suck sometimes. I don't know. I feel like some of them sometimes are good. I just, you know, yeah. I have practice, but practice doesn't always make perfect. Like I'm like sitting at some of the stuff sometimes. Like this is like cringe stuff. Do I even touch it? Yeah, I'm glad I got all that off my chest this morning. I've been holding back. Not to 100% accuse anyone, but damn, I was like, I was in the deathly parts of the consciousness, and then you pop up. Like the super deadly, like, I was hearing the interstellar 4D noises, like the UFO above head. I mean, I need to dance around it because I can only think like, was it a check-in? Um, was it studying? Was it like first kind of communication? Had to have been something. Or randomly just in the subconscious of the mind. And it was like a shadow mentor that popped out, like not time, not time. Although I tell you what, I was on the energy bicycle, like doing the air bicycle, and I was like I was I was like on the energetic treadmill of the fountain of life. I mean, not to get it so visual and exactly what I was doing. Talk about like uh, what is it called? Like when you're in bed, is it Pilates? You do that in bed, or just like aerobics to make like your elderly years go smooth? um, but fudge. I was on the climb, the magnetic climb. the, the the stair climber of life. My first energetic walks. My first energetic crawls. I don't know if they were supposed to be interrupted like that. But what happened, happened. Kind of like with Selena, I guess. Not to bring you back up again. I don't know how it became so real, how it was so lucid. I mean, I was still on like your leash, but I mean, I'm hoping like this is like maybe the closeout day. Like I gotta get that away from my brain. I'm sure you weren't there. Maybe a fudge. I'm like thinking like, well, it was real as heck. Not like the shadow version of the interruption. Like not to make anyone blush or including me. This is very scientific. At least I would think. Because should I bring out the Japanese culture on how maybe they would like be frowning on me messing like this? Is it a frown or is it a smile? Maybe it's both. I don't know. Because I guess if I'm coming up in the world and I'm finding something, then it would be a smile. But if I'm just joking around, messing around and just tinkering, then it probably might be a frown. I mean, I put y'all up on a high pedestal. don't know, maybe I'm kind of embarrassed that it became so real. And then, like, obviously, I have to have in mind that it was not real. You know, it was just a lucid dream that immediately happened when I closed my eyes. And had them, like, you know, I was like half open, half closed eyes, and then when the oxygen finally came back into my lungs, I don't, maybe you were saving my life. Who knows? Or that was just the body's response. Ooh, I got 2 seeds. Yeah. There you go. Yay. And that's like decent timing, right? It's been an hour, like we deserve it. 91, I think, is what we're at. Yeah, we hit 91. Like 40%, maybe less. 42. I probably shouldn't have looked because but it's okay. Curiosity. Sometimes I feel like I can put that curiosity up on the shelf. And I'll forget about it, but then it, like, you know, it lets me, you know, do something else. And that's like that goosebump option that we all have. I'm not trying to make anyone mad. Dude, I'm trying to learn the culture. And maybe potentially the cultures that I learned would help me out in what I'm going through. Because if I've definitely learned one thing, the mind is extremely powerful. And I'm not opposed to connecting to technology where that would be like the meeting ground for actual magic. Even if humans have the capability to capture it without it. I've looked at it like there's potentially something to gain. To be a cyborg, whatever sort of thing. Have a symbiotic relationship with technology. I like that a lot better than like cyborg. Although it's potential, you know, it definitely might happen. Definitely. And you know, that's just technology as we advance. I see lots of benefits. We'll see. Let's hope there aren't any diminishing returns to expanding the consciousness too early, too late, you know. Let's hope. And by diminishing returns, I'm talking about like me standing up in what I thought was a potential stroke. Because that evolved my mind way more than I know. Because I still deal with HOTS. And what I stood up in wasn't like HOTS, but I guess you can compare it to, but I lost my vision, all of it. I was standing in complete lightness. I mean, I can maybe say Since the lights had a little bit of uh, like that like real bright yellow like sun hue, that like it was like peed on a bit. It wasn't full, like, don't eat that yellow snow, or don't go into that yellow light. Yeah, I was in 22. It hasn't happened since then, thank God. But also, when that happened, I felt like I was not meant to be there, even though it was a going away party. I just felt like it wasn't like the party that I should have been at. But it was a going away party, because my sis and her family were moving to Washington. But I just felt, I don't know, I still felt like maybe that's why, because I wasn't supposed to be there. And Fudge, the one of her better friends was there, and she's been a like a better friend since high school. And well, she'd accused me of sending her text messages that were to adult websites. And now it just sounds like she was getting advertised. She was getting advertisements. But she told my mom this. And my mom comes to me like, "Are you sending her these sort of things?" And I break down crying, like telling her, no, I don't even have her number, like, look. um but never, like, I never got, like, nothing. Like, I probably still got blamed. um and I seen that girl and my sister do some odd things in life. So I mean, I know that girl like that. Like, I had the POV street cam. Um, no, it wasn't me that sent those. It was not me. I did send stuff on Facebook though. That was me. But she blamed that on alcohol. I didn't. But yeah, coming back to it, it's like, dang. She was there at that going away party, and it was just us four: sister, brother-in-law, her, and me. It just seemed like there was like still that same sort of like crap in the air. Maybe it was me, potentially. But like staring at me like that, like I'm not supposed to be there, and wait my turn, sort of thing. Like they were supposed to be gone. I showed up too early. uh, but it was something though. It was complete white light. I had no more motor functions. I could hear them in the background, like calling my name. I couldn't move. I couldn't see. I was stuck in that place. But I did dream about that before that happened, and I dreamed about that like at least a year in advance. At least a year in advance. And I knew in the dream that white place. The only time I've been to that white place is when I died in the dream. So like I was seeing that, and I was having like sort of like a rude awakening, I guess. Like I was knowing like that, like that's like danger sort of thing. At least like that's what like my body, emotion wise. I could think, if I remember correctly, I could think, but what I was thinking was like, I can't speak, like I can't talk, I can't like reply, to what's going on. And what I was hoping for was like a chair or something, and eventually that's what I got, was a chair. I don't think they helped me into the chair, but I was able to, when I felt like the chair pull up, like how you pull up. I was able to sit down. Super surreal though. And for me to call it like a stroke, like I don't know what else it could have been. Because that was the worst that has ever. Like I had seizure medicine that I was taking at the time, Klonopins, some sleep medicine, and some antipsychotics. I forget. Um, that's what I was taking at that time. But around that time, I was also having like seizures. They were like, I guess you could say, energetic seizures. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I labeled them as seizures because they're not as bad now, but I was like, I don't want to say acting, because getting into too hard of a sloop. I don't want to say acting because I was doing a lot of experimenting with my mind, and it seemed more like my brain was like short circuiting in certain scenarios. But I stopped all that stuff cold turkey once I lost Medicaid. Once I got a job. And then I became like a zombie. The first year of work, at least the first year, I had horrible troubles waking up, staying awake, and just being here. I was drained. I had extreme lack of energy, and I was sleeping. Although some nights my brain was so fried that I would just have my eyes closed and I know I didn't sleep. But it was already time to get moving and start the daily routine. But those days seemed easier, oddly enough. Like the days where I actually got sleep, I was fried, and it took at least a year of getting up, doing the 9 to 5, of resetting whatever that body clock was. It was gnarly. There was one day where I was in extreme back pain. It felt like I was only like using one disc. Like I had one good disc left. The rest of it, like wherever I turned or wherever I moved, it was toasted. It was extreme pain. And I don't know what that could be too, but like again with the sleep, not sleeping. Although again with the theory, if I fry my mind enough, who knows? Holy smokes. If I need to do this, and then once I hit that sleep wall, go hit the street cams, and then once I hit that, get back on RuneScape or whatever I need to do. That'd be quite the cycle, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. And not like I don't like sleep, but sleep is what caught me into that whole lucid dream. But it also was a lack of sleep as well. But I was just getting so comfortable that it was like I rolled over onto my side, and the rest is history. I was then on the whatever island.
Should I? Maybe it's a good time to do like campfire stories. I don't even have it. Campfires.
It's opposite day if it matters. Like, don't change your clothes. Don't take a shower. Forget about what your pheromones smell like. It's not about getting nose blind. Oh my god. I see it glisten. Alright, I'm putting the fan on me. I need this. It's about time. I worry about myself. $36 mil is what we've made from this so far. I mean, that's pretty decent. Just clicking away. I'm sure it'll be my first 99. I don't see why not. I just need to stay focused and on task. Stay focused, stay on task. Don't lose sight of the mission. Maybe we do a little bit of brain dissecting. How should the AI be thinking? I ran with the words. That's what I did. And then it made me relook at everything again. Just looking at the endings, adding ing to everything. I mean, it's weird that it's that simple, but it sure did recalibrate my mind. You know, kept me moving, kept me looking forward instead of stalled out, stagnant. I mean, my vocabulary has only expanded so much. I find it interesting that when I was first originally like losing weight and still like looking into like my grandma's disease, Alzheimer's, stuff like that, I was learning a ton of medical things, a ton. But as soon as you put those things away, sort of lose them. Like I get concepts, things like that, but words, Some of them are forgotten. And I get processes. I was, I don't know, I felt like I was getting into interesting stuff. But then, as the theory grows, I had to take a step back and just look. Because I sure was pissed off after losing all my weight and then, like, really checking out my baldness. My male pattern baldness. I mean, I was extremely mad. I think I mentioned it though. I started blaming the sugar. I didn't get enough sugar from keto, even though I was, making my own. But then I started, like, after stepping a few steps back, lots of regression. I'm thinking, well, fudge, maybe I just need to go get me a sheenie. Get me a metabolism starty. Give me a turn and burner. Who knows, maybe. Or maybe I'm too late. Aww. Or maybe it's, I need to work with vibrations, sounds. I need to jiggle my follicles loose. I don't know. Do some cave stuff again. Spelunking. That all takes. I'm contemplating this hobo mission. It kind of just is what it is. Even after the suspicious robbery, the home entry. That's not the first time I tried to start something and it been ended. Interrupted. Intercepted. Heckled with. What the heckle without? One heckle order without heckle, please. I mean, talking about, and this was before I did the whole back twisting up like a rocket ship. You better back up from the light before you get knocked out by it. The whole, whoa, if you did, you better start to learn. You better start shadowing your shadow or something. So, that was all before that. Me learning that was afterwards. And although those things are like always in plain sight, you can see those real easily. But this came with the whole little routine, a little sound pack. It was really showing me something about winding up the body and unwinding it again. Potentials. That's all it is. Potentials. I mean, at least like it felt like it to me. I kept on repeating the same thing at least like 10 times. I was making sure to ingrain it in my mind. because I wasn't gonna stop what I was doing just to pick up the phone and record it and then mess up. I was silently saying it to myself, and I kept on repeating it like a solid affirmation, I think. 228 of those crystals, 438 total. I know we need like 2,000 for the bow, something like that. I might rethink like what we do with this amount of gold here, coins. I might just rethink. Although the crystal armor, I don't know, it seems alright to me. But I just like, I keep thinking about like crystal armor. What am I gonna use? Like, what am I gonna do once I get that? I just got the void set. I'm not even using that. Not just, but that's a while ago. I've been slacking, getting off stream like when it starts to get hot outside, and just doing like a mental nap. I mean, it's a full nap, but it's like one of those that I'm just like. Plus, I'm normally high, but I'm just I'm soaring through the mind. I'm just going through all the to-do list to dos. And I mean, sometimes that's right after street camming. So I mean, I got to get through them first. Like that's like a little audition period or something. I mean, that just is what it is. I took a big step away from it, but like this morning, I put my hands up. Whoa, you caught me, guys! I still got the imprints. Like it's messed up. I'll be just like slooped like that. Just eyes like completely just rolled back. I'm thinking maybe it's a boredom thing. You know, because I want to be moving, doing, you know, trying the same. But maybe my body's just completely rejecting. And it's like, just close your eyes, dude. You know you can recreate this yourself. Like, let me just show you. Hey, at least I'm honest with the plan. What plan? Not the bassy one. That one's already fallen through quick. Nor the dipey one. That one didn't seem to pull up nothing. That one's still a huge decision pending. Although at least the role play's out there. That's fun. I really know how to light the mind up. Golly, all these new games we've been playing. Golly, I could barely even pass the first level here. I can't wait to for technology to be good enough where I can get my hands on it and really make my own stuff. I mean, some of the stuff that I have planned might just completely fry you. It might not ever be on the shelves. um, but sometimes those private things are the best things. Hopefully the word gets around. Who knows? I mean, that would be if technology gets to a point where we're free enough to really create what we want. But it'll still be in the legal bounds, of course. I mean, let me not let your mind wander off too quick. God bless. I mean, I'm sure people have made enough stuff already, huh? That just completely fry the mind. But that's like their stuff, isn't it? Now I'm like feeling like, come on, let me try. I'm gonna have to work on all my skills in life. It's that mental art that I'm really perfecting right now. Like turning it into like the bowling ball with pins. Come on. I think that's a good one. If you can see it, but that's like just a silhouette. But like it's a different perspective. Like let me pick this camera up a bit, sort of thing. Like you want to be in the back of the movie theater. Not the front. You don't want to be super embarrassed. I'm sure people, like some of them, eat up embarrassment though, you know? But that's like, that would be like another thing you have to train yourself. And then I'm like looking at the to-do list again. Hold on, all right, we got these new enters. These are experienced masters. These are re-perfectors. These are, you better stay away from them or they might be stealers. Early responders, RSVPers, VIPs. Should I even say MVPs? It's already starting to sound like a Mario Party reveal. Let me not. I mean, your role in that movie was superb. And you can't even say I'm chronic anything. If anything, I've studied. I've studied the body response to a T. I started breaking my thing. And my thing likes it gentle. Not to get into too much detail, but my thing must have been pissed off for it to be showing me that kind of stuff. Like, talk about desensitizing someone. Ay, ay, ay. But that's just the knowledge as I reclaimed it. Because I have a good relationship with them. So it's just kind of like a little switch in the mind you just gotta flip. So there is some breathing treatments, like being back on the Vicks. Gotta stay away from the asthmatic symptoms. I mean, the chest can burn. That's all right. Especially if I'm chest benching ya. I just don't need random phlegm flying out of the mouth onto the wall or hitting someone in the forehead or something like that. I mean, not to laugh, but jeez. If I'm cycling my body like I think, I would make sure to clean it up. I mean, especially if it landed on somebody. Hey, I'm quite the producer. What can I say? I've done a lot of self-experimenting. I mean, enough to be proud about. If that makes sense, like golly, like it should be making some sort of sense. Like you don't want to talk about this stuff unless you're confident. Ay, ay, ay. And I can go into the theories that we have. I think I talked about some of them, like a waiting period. I broke the mind down pretty good, I think. I could line them up like 1, 2, 3, and then still wait for 4 to expand her mind. Theirs, not mine. I mean, but then again, 1 would be like 1, 2, 3, and then still waiting for 4. So like that's the confidence I'm looking for. We just got another 2 seeds. Yippee. $43 million on the dot. 7,937. Yippee. 12 total. I think we're doing good now, right? I think we're maybe like 1,000, like two sets, 2 seeds behind. Maybe. We'll make it back. We'll make it up. I want to make it clear. I don't feel like the person. I don't feel like a type of guy that would enjoy like a swinging sort of life. Like a swinger. I mean, talk about trying all these different cups of teas. But it would just seem like I would be fractionalizing the heck out of my mind. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. I don't know. But to me, it would seem like I'm like the kind of person that not so much attachments. I'm a very caring person. Like I like to put my heart and soul into it. And I mean, if the heart's in the cards, generally you get a good little draw. Um, I'm cautious. And you know, like with that, oh, they're clean, and look at yourself. Um, I started thinking about way too many things. Oh, it's going to be so equal. Yeah. And actually you're going to enjoy it. Uh-huh. I mean, but that's just looking at that side of life, and what, you know, some people and their decisions are. Um, it brings me back to like the POV street cams. Thinking to myself, I know what you're doing, and I know if you're trying to find a relationship like they normally do in this life, then I know what you were doing in the past previous time. Um, so like I don't want to say maybe it's like just giving up hope, you know, like when you go the swinging mode. Clearly there uh, is a legs open sort of mindset. Like if they can get it, they must have to have it. um, I don't know. I guess I could look at like the industry, things like that. You know, they got to do their job and what they're doing for work. But then some of them, you know, they go take it home and give them a big old smoochy smooch. But I can only imagine how that plays on the mental. Maybe some of them are into it. Um, I'm sure they'd have to be at least a little. Um, but I thought, like, I'm thinking like, ew. Like I almost taste that other dude. And I haven't even tried it just yet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm already feeling like those pheromones releasing. uh, like a dog, you know, when you come home after petting someone else's, and they're pissed at you. Like, how could you? And then I mean, we could still play like the cope game. Like, these are your emotions, bae. These are things you're gonna have to covet. And I mean, it's true. Or else people wouldn't be going through it. Um, but I would be like that greedy guy that's like, well, I think I'm big enough size. Try me out on the big screen. Like, why do you need to go swinging? But that's like just speaking for the industry, right? And I'm sure like that's like a real like niche, because you got money speaks. um, does camera play a big role in that though? I mean, I'm sure there's some big gentlemen out there. Um, I'm above average. But like I said, like, is it just camera? Because I started thinking to myself, well, testing, testing 1 2 1 2. Fudge. I can only imagine what people have tried to do. Not like I'm trying to like put somebody up on the pike. But it is just an interesting thing, like just thinking about. Well, like I said, I'd be like the jealous one, and I can't 100% say it's jealousy. It would be more of like a protection thing. It would be more of like I can say greedy, addiction maybe. Then I start thinking, well, maybe you just want like a good loyal toy around. Like, you know, you don't need the toy, but he's a good boy. And if he just plays his cards right, um, he gets the better half of life. Because I mean, after I guess like going through the 9 to 5 in the industry, you'd want somebody to be able to run your mind. Like, you'd want somebody to know really how to decompress you, not be like the extra depression or numbing medicine. I don't know. Not to laugh, because it is an interesting career, I guess. It's that career option's not for me. I don't think. I would have to be strict. And unless you want like a nice carbuncle in the pick. When I lost weight, I lost all of the carbuncles and boils, um, but they sure did come back in certain spots on my pelvic bone. And they're not like acne; it's just like a big fat one like that. Like, I mean, I guess you could do like some kinky stuff, like pop it. Gross. That'd be for the niches though. They get gnarly, like they like they're bloodies. They hurt though. They're hurters. And if I mess with them, they leave scars. Like, if I don't mess with them, they go back. Like, they just heal up and they don't pop. They never have a head and they don't pop. But if I mess with the skin is so fragile that um, like, they're bustable. I just, like I said, I just normally try not to mess with them. I had them on my butt before. And like, that was like, I remember in school still. Like, getting up from class, I can only imagine if people looked at my butt and saw blood there. I mean, I'm sure people did. Because I mean, there was times where like I was like having blood left on the seat. I mean, it was bad and nasty. But, that like I said, like, the skin's so fragile and they don't exactly have a head, but you know, the friction's rubbing up against it and making it break and pop. But those were interesting, like that. Like, I've never really had much acne on the face at all. But I mean, I still have scars underneath my arm from like ones that I used to have like really bad underneath the arm. And I mean, there's not so much scarring on my pelvic bone, but it is like probably not the career for me. Unless I was doing like niche. Yikes. Stupid. But what I do need to do is just heal up again. Because the body does heal pretty good, and like by scars, it's not like underneath my arm, that's for sure. I would get them on the inner thighs too. Those were the main places, underneath the arm, on the butt, the inner thighs, and the pelvic bone. Gnarly ones. Real bad hurters. I used to have really gnarly dry feet, like extremely gnarly dry feet. I blame the diabetes, pre-diabetes. I maybe had even like completely diabetic. I never, but my neck was black, and that's like a pre-diabetic symptom. And that went away. But my feet were so dry, like they were so dry and gnarly that I was able to just sit there and just pick layers of skin off of my feet, off of my foot. I mean, I still have like a little bit of scarring from doing that. And it's not like maybe it's like a like a hand, like those sort of creases. But I don't know. I thought like, well, maybe that was from me picking the layer of dry, dead skin off my feet back then. Like it was a nice, like gnarly, thick layer too. But like at that point in time, I was just thinking like, it's time to go to the beach again. It's time to get my feet cleaned by the sand. But I don't have like dry feet problems anymore. I equate that to diet yet again. I like having nice soft feet. Especially in like a desert. Golly. I talk about like having like an opposite day. Like my feet are honestly the softest they've ever been in my life. But that's like my ears too. Like my right is the cleanest it's ever been in my life. My left, I feel like it's on its way. It's not doing as bad as it was. But that's like, again, diet. And I was in a place in time where my diet was good. But I immediately started panicking. Like, I need to get sugar back in the diet. I can't let the hair just go to the wayside. I mean, if I even think about my hair, like, I feel like that was locked up in the first place. Because I was growing up, I like to let my hair grow out. But I felt like my hair always had a stall. Like if I'm smoking meat sort of stall. Like my hair got to a point where it just didn't want to grow. And if I take it into like the theory, males, females, I don't know which ones, but they could have been, putting me on the cookout. I don't want to say too early, but they were doing their thing. Kind of like my nails I said before, and my toenails. Like they just know when to stop growing. It's weird. Maybe that's the power of hypnotists though. Being hypnotized. Could you hypnotize your body to respond only to a certain length, and then it stops? I mean, because I can keep on practicing as much self-hypnotism as I want, but it seems like that March was a complete discovery of what's possible. So who knows? I mean, I'm sure it's fun.
What's up?
Imagine like, yeah, fudge. I mean, it's hard to say like tell somebody else to imagine this when I'm like feel so under the dome right now. I mean, I can get pissed off again and like, you know, start screaming like the C words. Not screaming, but you know, complaining. Got me out here using the B words. Should I cut it down to 5-letter words? Hit you with devil in like the Bible? Five-letter words, 5-letter words. Hit you with the 5-letter words. Hit you with the 5-letter words. 5-letter words, 5-letter words. Let me look up the 5-letter words. Big bed better. Big bed webber. Big wedmena. Big sin center. Oh my God, let me just close my eyes and pray for this one. What a holy representation she's been on how relationships normally end. And then when I open my eyes, I'm hit again, smacked with reality. I can't believe that influence actually. I appreciate every single word thrown into that mix. The songs produced. Magnificent. Truly. Awe-inspired. And then I'm here again wondering how wired. It seems like the influence has my mind. I shouldn't be laughing because it's true. Back out, back out. That's a tied hand right now. Those tied hands are different. I wouldn't want to be the one to cause the commotion. I wonder back 2 marches ago. I can only know how the word gets around. Did I potentially mess something up? I hope not. I mean, that's true though. Back to the point of this again. Let's not get lost in the head. Let's keep on track and use the lessons that we've experienced, the songs that we listen to, all of this abundance, to move forward from the history that we keep on repeating, to actually succeed with something. I mean, I'm sure it'll be a long journey for them. And only time will tell if it lasts the test of all the tests. I know I wouldn't be messing around with this sort of seriousness. I mean, like an open blank canvas. I've talked about it before. We all start out. Can only imagine how that mural finally turns out. No hard feelings or anything like that. Even if I do feel like you stole stuff. Even if that is the case. Clearly it must have been for the take. And that's not to let you off the hook so easily, especially if you are guilty. Because I have had those weird, odd dreams. The ones where everyone seems lucid, even me. So time is really going to be the boss of us all. Clock keeps on ticking, and so does everyone else that stays. Not like some of us may not even have a choice. Like the laser that was fired at me. And again, this could just be my powerful mind creating something that's not quite yet possible. Although I think we've had enough time to dial in some of this technology. And whether it was or was not a hair treatment for me, time only knows. I lost track of this one, honestly. Because, I want to find. I mean the stuff I say. I mean the stuff I say until it's like, obviously I can't just take stuff back. But everything I say is 100%, you know, what I believe and feel is true. Even if it's not 100% like from your point of view. But when I get corrected, I'll be, you know, I got pins and ways back. Hopefully I'm not taking the wrong one. And that's another bonus of the language we use. You know, sometimes, well, the theory was growing, and you know, I wasn't exactly trimming down the fat, pruning back the bush, or whatever you want to call it. And maybe it got on a limb or two that, you know, was still maybe it got on a limb or two that was just whack. But that is also like part of the whole theory I'm on. I mean, I've just sort of been like a mouse chasing his cheese. I have faith that we'll all see straight. See straight like God when he was living. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think God is a female, but that again might be my naivety again. I've seen the females spark up like they lived it before. I've seen the females do things that I could never even imagine me just suddenly pop up with. I mean, I guess sort of like me waking up from a dream. But just like her interrupting me, you know, popping in. You know, I like to at least take the devil's advocate stance. That potentially there was a line of consciousness, maybe just standing by, just taking notes, you know, not really saying what's on their mind. And maybe that's like getting the story straight, you know, showing how we can do these things. And who knows if it is like or as or before coming. That is, I guess, part of the mystery of it. When I hear like God, and like I hear of the accomplishments, I take a stance back. You know, I take a stance. But now again, I haven't read like and understood, like because of potentially like it could have happened or it's gonna happen, right? So I like to take the stance back and just look at the whole picture. Like it would seem to me maybe we're on the right track for something to happen, but for it to have happened and removed everything, it seems like a far cry to me. Especially when you start looking at like definitions and things like that, like me and my lazy river. And at times procrastinating to get things done, because you know it's like a priority on the list I'm trying to complete. And it's an easy cop out. I don't know, I guess I'm just gonna stay up tonight. I'm already sort of like frying the mind. I mean, at times when I get up from the chair, like I have like, I got to get my stability right. Like even if I'm only like sitting for an hour, like I'm up in the mind talking the whole time, not really down in the body, feeling my movements and remembering my space. Not to distance them or disconnect them too hard, but it's a truth. That at times when I stand up, I'm sitting for so long, I gotta recalibrate everything. I mean, that's really using the mind and juicing the heck out of it, I think. When I gotta like put those body movements aside for a second, like they're their whole vocabulary. They're their own set of knowledge, if that makes sense. I don't know. Moving the left leg, then the right, and then even trying to sync up your hands. That I found it very difficult. Not to an extreme difficulty, but it was something once I'm like digging through the mind. It's something that is like, it's it's like something we do so unconsciously in autopilot, that trying to recollect those once they're found is like, wow, I really, I'm like taking the biggest step back from this picture, and I'm really having almost an existential crisis of how I've even accomplished movement. How I even learned to walk. I wanted to talk about discography and the mind and the consciousness. And those are your words, those are your lyrics, those are your things that you put down, even if you had some ghostwriter help. Those were things that you sort of synced up with the heart and then the mind. And at least, well, maybe some of them, there are things, especially after you take it to like a show, there are things that you really have to remember. Even if some of those things were thought onto the paper and then it was done, afterwards, you're putting them into a body response. And those are your things, that's what you want to say. Those are your hot takes. And it has influential sort of pull on everything. And that's why I brought up different cultures. Just because you're like a superstar up there, an example, and some examples are look only and not touch. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's something that's like unobtainable, But that is a different culture, it's not exactly like ours. Even if bits and parts. You sort of have a stronghold on those lines. Like you're gatekeeping. But there's nothing wrong with that though, especially after breaking it down and putting it back up. Um, I guess I'm sort of dancing around a few things right now. I one hope that the reciprocation isn't as wild as I may think it is. Because then, like, the AI drawing up some of those new constitutions would make sense. Um, and now, like, some of them, were complete, like, just AI hoopla. But, like, the base of them, getting some new boundaries up. Sort of thing. If the influence is as strong as I think and it's slowly eating away at what I can have the capability to say no against. Should we do the drugs are bad, kids? This is what happens after you've fried your brain too much. No. That's like watching VH1, getting ready for school and seeing Miley come through the wall. Just a wrecking ball. But I think she was pure ass and tits. With the chain cover and everything. I forget, but that was like watching the music video then and there. and not to 100% point her out, but that's like her influence when she's breaking through the wall right now. and I don't, I'm not able to put much time into stalking these women. And by stalking, meaning like, are they in a relationship? Should I even be entertaining this in my mind? Like that sort of thing, you know what I'm saying? Like I could care less about their height. And age is just like a dog number now. But I do find it interesting. Now those are her lines, And then breaking it down further, you start to see like segregation in the consciousness, people saying different things. And I hate to say like segregation in the consciousness. What do you mean? That would just go back to like vocabulary, your tone, the story, like your own. Interesting. I mean, I'm still at the same stance with my theory where Ari, you're sort of getting a lot of the heat. I mean, I get when I go, street camming, like that's them, but like when you're next to them, like on the side, like I'd like explaining to them what I like. That's like and then I'm like, I brought up the whole swinging thing. And then like, that could potentially be you, or that could like potentially be like 180 degrees of a wrong way, a wrong direction. But I've had a lot of time in the mind to just do my thing and get lost, I suppose. But that is also going off of the whole March thing, 2 Marches ago. And then going off of this March thing that happened this March. And that thing wasn't even live stream. That was just me in my own little daydream for the whole week. That was wild. I mean, I was definitely in between realities for a solid week. Talk about a grind. Should I bring up Amaranth? I don't know. There's sketchy stuff. Like there was one time that I was recording on Skout, and I was doing like a night stream. I probably shouldn't have done that, but still, like I woke up and the light was turned off, and the stream was as well. Like I can only imagine how I unconsciously slept and did that, turned off the stream and the light. But now the purple light, I mean, I was having problems with that. The purple light seems to be like staying on now, but the stream was also shut down. So like, I don't know. Now I'm sure potentially something happened, or a mod came by and did that. I'm not sure the rules on what they do and what they like. It could have been that. But I found it, it was another one of those things where, golly, all the potential that runs through the mind. And it's normally the simplest one. At least it should be. As the theory grows, well, I get more options and clarity. I don't know. I mean, I keep looking at my wrist like there's a watch. And then when I'm looking at invisible stuff, that's really insane, isn't it? And I keep trying it. I feel like I've already gotten to the point in the conversation where I just need to log off. But it's like I'm making myself bored. I'm making myself tired. I'm making myself go to sleep early. I mean, it's stupid. Fudge. Plenty wastes of time. The females definitely know what's up. The females have turned into devilish monsters, but godly on the inner sides. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Fudge. I've really turning someone off to play. Oh my god, he's so turned off now. I think now's the time to have fun. That makes opposite day sense. Good job. Oh my god, I hypnotized him in front of everyone and kept doing my shit. Made him look like he's in a fucking complete delusion. At least you have the influence to still prop you back up. Me, well, I still have this theory, and it grows. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to be triggered about this. Clearly, you just want to do movements in the shadows still. I mean, you're playing quite the shadow build. All of my goody good deeds, I'll play and record. But the bad dirty dishes, I'ma ignore. I mean, I don't know. There's so many ways I could explain and word it. And I'm trying to word it and explain it in a way that I'm at least going to get some sort of laughter out of it. Because it's not funny. But if I was to just be up here and stone cold stone facing this all with no emotions, then it'd really not be funny. Because I at least got to keep some of my wits after this. Knowing I'm like on God's mission. And you're like messing with one of God's children. One of those untapped saplings still. And I'm well in my roots. Just like I said, I don't know how long I'm going to be on you like this. And I mean, I'm not on you like that. But you just got so much influence. Way too much to be legit. Like, it's almost like so much influence that that apartment thing was fraudulent. La Ventana. And then the Grove. I mean, that's like going to work, passing by the Solana apartments every day. And that was to my 9 to 5. Just going to work, passing by good old Solana apartments. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie. And then what was the apartments that popped right up there? And I got Healy Heal. I mean, it wasn't, you know, but you just throw a couple letters in there. They're silent normally. I don't know. Not normally, but it's one of those letters. I was in quite the time machine. I was doing quite the sheeny sheens then. But that was like really going undercover boss. That was like waiting for my bosses to steal $666 from me. Just so I could call my bosses out on the $666 fraud. And the second job, well, they were just playing hot keys. They were just playing pass around thief. Especially when I'm getting like a bile alcoholic bomb thrown at me straight from the top. Like, all right, maybe that hot seat gets so hot that you gotta just sip a little alcohol. But you don't need to save it up for someone just to, get them moving along when you think they're not moving along. It's interesting. It's interesting. But the $666, come on. My body responded to that one. I mean, how else would I have known to look? My body had to have responded to it. Or it's just one extreme coincidence after another. I mean, that is quite the number. $666 is missing. I wonder if he'll come looking. And like I said about the other coworkers there, I'm sure all of their money was missing as well. Not, like all of it, but the remainder of it, the total of it, the stuff that wasn't missing. And I mean, I want to have trust in the system we're using. I do, I swear. I want to have an extreme trust. I want to have a huge amount of it. But so far it's been a major disappointment. It's brought me past my knees. Like, it has me thinking, like, clearly there's a lot of dirty business going around. Something needs equaled out. Because for business to be so dirty in that sort of sector of life, I mean, those are like the Black Mirror numbers. Those are like your credits, and that's exactly what it is. Like your credit score. Collective debt, that's like a huge sector of life. And I mean, it's been dirty so far. And I hate to say it like that. I hate to say it like that. And I haven't been perfect. I've made mistakes. And that's what I'll have to chalk them up to. Just a rounding error, an accounting thing, a system glitch. It was a bug on that day. Mainly because time. And if honesty isn't the best policy, then I don't have time to look for a dupe. It just seems shady. for that to be, you know, what I chose, and for everything else to be lining up on how it's lining up, it seems extremely shady. I don't know. I don't know. I know the theory grows, though. There's been some extremely shady exchanges of information, extremely dishonest works, very bad proofs, terrible reasoning on why you do. A lot of fall through theories. Confusion that causes commotion for no reason. Almost like if the confusion is used, like, you know, some of the places, like especially like the islands, I think, like that'll have like a wave break, like almost like so much confusion that that's what they act as. Like people start their theory and they're seeing what they're seeing, whatever it may be, and then they get on their own roll, but then they hit like a wave break. You know, they get instantly slowed down. You might lose your point. I don't know. You might find something that you got to just relook at everything you've done. And I said this before, like the whole flat and round Earth. You know, I could after flipping my equilibrium around, you know, I could see why you'd leave both proofs. Because maybe you just need to really expand your mind 100%. You know, see exactly what everyone's seeing. Kind of like that one close eye thing, when you're trying to drop something with one eye closed. But then I sort of, like, I don't know, felt like I fixed it, and I don't know. That's like when you're focusing on something and then you can almost see the shadow of that object with both eyes open, like that sort of thing, and then you just slap it back on, like where it should be, like where you don't see a shadow. That one's sort of hard to explain. I don't know exactly the words for it, but like you got both the focuses. You're seeing both eyes focus, but then you close that focus into one object again. Or you're seeing both eyes views, and then you close the view into one focal point. If that's what it is. That's what it seems. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I gotta like unclick the locking. Like, you know, to like open and close. The focal focusing. My life's been too abnormal for most of these coincidences to just be a silly coincidence. But then I could say, well, I'm just making my life more abnormal by looking at the coincidences like not a coincidence. And I've looked at it like that. I like having both sides, you know, keep them both sharp. Why not? 3 hours already. That's not very long. I mean, I'll be honest. I need to set up my room again to where I can actually stream in it. I'm just getting tired of my room. My room has been my room, my office, my place to get silence. Which is normal, but like I just have my room. Like being outside feels like my room, but I know like I can't be screaming, can't be too loud, and like that's like my room too. Like in Boulder City, these walls are paper thin, and the houses are right next to each other, with again paper thin walls. I don't know. I'm a gamer. I get rowdy. I get rowdy quick. But not being able to be myself, that's like shit. I get whipped by the influence again. Oh yeah, I love the influence and how it feels. Oh yeah. I don't know. I think about like some of the other like we love capitalism here. Some of the other ways to run stuff. I know. I started thinking about it. I mean, capitalism's all good and dandy and fine and all, if you got like already got that money spiraling for you. I mean, if you don't, then you're potentially going to be in a worse off position than some of the other places that you can be living at. And you might look at this and say, "Ooh, yes, freedom." When you're the one that makes it. It wouldn't be like being on a to-do list already. Giving you opportunity, giving you somewhere to go, growth. And I could say, us here in this capitalism loving place, we have this sort of community. We do these fairs where you can be going. If you need a 9-to-5 or a job, if you need to see success, have money, a place to live, growth, that maybe was like 40 years ago, maybe longer, less, more, maybe. Fudge. I started crunching the numbers. $15 an hour. That's what I was making in collections. $15 an hour. That was before I begged for a raise. And then I was at 17. I mean, you sure can't wipe your ass with that. I mean, I don't know if that was a troll or if that's true. Oprah, do you wipe your ass with 100 bills still? I mean, because honestly, I can't tell if that was troll or if that's true. But like, when I think of like wiping my ass with money, I think of you. And not to throw shade on what you've done, God bless. That's like Ellen. And I watched her show a lot more than yours. I remember Justin Bieber. I mean, that's all their stuff though, right? I'm still working on my own influence. I'm done being a slave to it. Let me pave my own way through it. But that's where I'm like, shit, guys, fuck, you've been having a fucking whole lot of fun. Let me keep working on my stamina and getting that up. It's an interesting place we're living in, that's for sure. We have freedoms here, but they come with limits. You're only as free as you can make it. And if unfortunately that influence is just eating away at it, you might be coming to terms with Darwinism. Because we do have a lot of knowledge here. And especially if there are technological devices like giving my hair good old treatment, we know, goddamn well, we know that the rich and the people with the technology aren't going to be exactly tweaking that to where it should be. They're going to keep it. And they're going to stand right behind that little laser until it's not working. I mean, a secret society was definitely not on the top of my mind. Fudge. I'm gonna keep spinning my wheels here. I mean, I love talking too much, especially like at this stage of the talk. I mean, come on. What, are you gonna hire someone after the laser didn't work? That's a real cop out. Like, fudge, you know? Like talking about really trying to rip up a plan. I mean, I guess if you hire someone, then you're really guilty. Like, fuck. Like then they're gonna have to go into their consciousness and think to themselves, is the money really worth it? Is it worthy? And then you'll just continue to be known as that bitter thief.
See you in the morning, bro.
All right, Papa. Love it.
Love you. Have fun.
Yeah, we'll try.
How are the mosquitoes?
They are here.
They are.
Yeah, they haven't been maybe in like the last hour and a half.
Oh, look.
The cicadas are definitely here as well. They've been around. There's been a ton of them.
There's a bunch of them this year.
Yeah.
So a lot of those.
Yeah, I know. Just right here on the wall, probably
yeah.
about, I don't know. Looks like more of them. Like right here, I counted like 25 of them.
Oh,
I think
wow.
when I counted, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah.
But you can see like all of them,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
and then on the wall as well.
Exactly. That last year was the same thing. They got on that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's funny how they leave that behind after the
I
game.
know. I've always wanted to catch one of them while we're doing that. But it's at a certain time. It's got to be a certain humidity and temperature and everything
It's right when they come out of the ground, isn't it?
else. Well, they gotta climb up. When they come out of the ground, they've got to find something up.
Right.
They got this instinct to climb,
climb.
and then it'll split, and they'll come out of it, and they'll pump their wings full of juice, whatever. And then they'll dry off and they'll fly off, and they'll leave that behind. It's such a cool process.
Nature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they live underground. The 13-year ones and 17-year ones, they spend that amount of time underground just to come out, fly around for a few days, and then die.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I
I had
mean,
this weird. It was I think it was a dream. It wasn't a daydream.
Yeah.
I was in a cicada hole.
Oh,
And now I've never seen a cicada hole.
Yeah.
But I saw the cicada at the end of the hole, and it was crawling towards me, and I was back like it falls on National.
Yeah. I got
Geographic.
you. Yeah. That's a cool dream. Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry. There's two of them over there. Huh. Oh, stop being a booger. Listen, up.
Oh, he's on the move.
Yeah. Oh, there's one. That's cool. Yeah, he's getting closer to light. Yeah, it's funny, scientists think that it's yeah, and they hurt when they fly into your head.
Right.
Yeah, it funk. Oh shit, there's one up there too. Right here.
Oh yeah, I see. Very cool.
Oh my goodness. And what are you doing up there? Hello, cicada man. Yeah. You know the thing of it is, what I really like about them is their eyes, their face actually, their eyeballs. It literally looks like they got eyeballs.
Yeah, very alien-like, but actually looks like eyeballs. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they don't blink. At least I haven't seen them
They
blink.
don't. They don't. Yeah. I'm not sure if insects blink or not. I know lizards do, snakes do.
True.
Now, there's some lizards that don't blink. They've got a nictitating membrane, and they get look dry all the time.
I think I've seen that. Kind of like the cats, like how they have like that extra
Yeah,
lens.
they got a third eyelid. Yeah. It's weird, ain't it? Yeah. All right, but we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Love you, CP. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Humidity's going back up.
I saw it was low though, only like 3%.
Yeah, yeah. and it'll go back up tonight. Oh no, you're not flying in here. Oh, he finally took off. What?
I think I'm gonna take like a little bit of a break. Maybe potentially. I'm waiting for another 2 seeds. 8,384. I mean, I guess we haven't moved through that many. Saw something crawling on the ground over there. It looked too quick to be a cicada. I was thinking like maybe like a cockroach, but I haven't seen a cockroach since I saw the one in the drain. That messes with me. That messes me with like it. Like that's like an it sort of comparison. The cockroach, it was in the shower drain. And it crawled through it, and it was a big one, like a daddy cockroach. Like this thing wasn't messing around. And it crawled through the drain, and it happened to me twice. It crawled through the drain, and it was just crawling around the shower. The second time it crawled through the drain and it crawled on me. And that was yuck. That was messed up. It was another second big one too. It's another second big one. And the shower drain, like it's like squeezing through like that. Like it's like when I had a hamster. Now maybe it pushed the drain up, not 100%, because it's not 100%, it's not screwed in. So there's a potential that cockroach was strong enough to just muscle that lid open and crawl out. Because I mean, I tried to do the math and like compare them, and I know like stepping on those guys, they're crunchy. It's not like it's like a hamster. It's gonna squeeze through. But then again, I don't know like if cockroaches do that. But it does seem more likely that because it was big enough that it seemed like it could just move that drain up. It's not that heavy, especially if it's going full speed at something. It's going to be like a one-way exit. But that thing was on my leg, like, ugh, go away. I had ghost sensations like a few showers afterwards. I haven't had those recently. But like the same sort of crawling up my leg sensation. You know what I mean? Gosh. I mean, if it was cockroaches versus spiders, maybe they're tied. I think I can handle a snake fine. A rat. I saw a rat face to face. I was doing my college semester exams. Math. I was doing the math test, and the back door was open, and it was late at night, but still. Big ol' Git the rat from Ratatouille, Git, the one that's working out. He comes charging in through the back, right from the sliding door, and I when I saw him out my peripherals, he ran in through the door and booked it left, straight into the pantry. and I was immediately on guard. Like if I was a hockey goalie or something. We never ended up finding him though. In that point in time, I was sort of seen as the schizo again. Like, he's making jokes about Git running through the house. That was until we found the rest of the family. Like, they were in the couch. We had rat traps everywhere. The amount of rats, I don't know, maybe like 6 or 7. No pun intended. But Git was the first one that I spotted. And it took about 6 months of progression to find the rest of the family. And I was on a timed test. It was a timed math test. So essentially I'm focused on the math test while looking periodically over to the left at the pantry. Because I'm not about to fail. And I don't even know if I passed it anyways, but still. I know it was a timed math test and I was already in it. But Git was literally rummaging through the kitchen. I mean, I went after everything was said and done, I went to go wake up my Gramps. I got Grandpa. I mean, he didn't do anything more than I did. I mean, he looked under some stuff here and there. Went back to bed. That was it. I guess the other time was like a gecko in the kitchen. A little, I think it was a gecko. He's trying to sell me his insurance. No. But yeah, it took about 6 months. 6 months after my first sighting. When we knew there was a problem, we knew. When we knew, we knew. And then especially after, you know, trap after trap after trap. It was the same color as Git. As soon as I saw him hopping through the kitchen, hopping through the back door, booked it left. That's what popped in my. It wasn't Ratatouille. It was Git. This guy was big. But yeah, it was silly. It was so silly. The worst part about it though was me telling the story to the fam and them just sort of chuckling it off like, nice one. I had no proof, nor did they. You know, it's just sort of believe me on my word sort of thing. Once I've been labeled as the skits, then it's like take everything with a grain of salt with him. That's around like the point in time where I was like sort of already getting into like the Fallout mindset, like of you know, mind control and stuff. So you know, if that was that and then that actually happened, then like yeah, I'm on your ass. But that would be, you know, let me not jump the gun here. Potentials. There's lots of them. But clear in the air, like actually showing what technology you got right now, I mean, without actually having to look around and like dig through stuff. I remember that one toy. I don't know if it was a legit toy or just a gimmick. But like you put on the headset, it was like a whole maze. I never got it, but like I saw it on TV. But you put on the headset, you got like the whole maze thing, and you're controlling it with your mind. Like I said, I don't know if it was a gimmick. But I feel like some of you people should really just like have your lips just sealed. Like you should just have them just shut. Because obviously you don't know boy from man to woman to female. Clearly. Clearly you don't know what makes a man, you don't know what makes a boy. You don't know how innocent they are until you take it away. Clearly. And I mean, I jumped right to that point, right to that topic, because potentially, like, that is some of the theories that are being held high. Like, how could this guy even talk? He's not even a man, right? He's still a boy. So I just jumped right there. Just sort of like do like the A plus B minus C, and just go to Z, while removing some things. That was me messing with that one thing I said before. Like, oh, we have the Pythagorean theorem, but let's just add Z to him. They'll never find the direction we took. This was longer than the scenic walk. Ought to be like a big powder puff. What were the 3 power puffs again? Bubbles, Buttercup, and Blossom. That's right, Blossom. Blossom. Just to refresh my mind is all. Yeah, I mean, I've done so much subtraction and addition and multiplying and division that I've got some unidentified things. I have some, well, like I said with the whole theory, it must be some sort of theory where you like took the Venn diagram out again. And like I said, I'm hot on those heels. Damn it if I don't hear that emergency brake again. I have to take a break. I have to go just chill just for a second. It just becomes way too real. It becomes like, let me go grab my last dab before I'm put like in front of everyone. Like, let me go grab my last vape rip before I'm never going to be back in the smoke shop again. I mean, seriously. I've never been a big hat wearer, but having this hat, I get to feel like the extension here, you know what I'm saying? Like I bump into it sometimes. I gotta be careful. I mean, I guess it's sort of like the whole body movement, that skill set. Like this is an extended version of it. I was at the casino one time, and I bent down to talk to my dad, and I like bumped right into his head. Like, sorry, Dad. I didn't mean it like that. This torch is dying. It's on its last breath. It's reclaimed, so it's like nothing to scream about. It's like already at the bottom of the barrel. I mean, I think I would need to call it quits. But honestly, as the theory has grown, maybe it's a decision pending. It's one of those, I've done it cold turkey before. It becomes like not a monkey see monkey do per se, but if I don't, I kind of lose energy. Like I kind of lose feelings. I kind of lose space. Like I kind of feel like I'm not meant to be. But that's like addiction, as I tried to explain. Like I know I'm not addicted to these things. Not as addicted as grounded myself back to reality. Finding different avenues to keep me sane. Not as addicting as that, for sure. And those things are addicting. Sometimes I gotta get into the game and fly away. You know, I also gotta, do that. That's also another addiction. I guess like one addiction that I haven't really fallen to in love with is like outfits, like clothes. Like people are addicted to shopping. Those sort of addiction comes with a lot of other habits, a lot of other tendencies, a lot of other decisions pending, a lot of other means. That kind of it goes back to free will again. Like we're very free here in America, but it's only to the extent of your means. You could potentially, do it vicariously, like through a dream. But if you don't have the means to do it in the actual physical reality, you can call that a dream. And it's not free. You can call it exactly what it is, just a little dream of yours, like having a crush. And I mean, not to say that, here in America, us people, we earn our stuff. But that's like off the other backs of livers. What was that again? A horror spice? What is it called? Is it spice? Not a horoscope. I thought it had spice in the name. Not hospice. Scrabble points. Oh, that's Yahoo. Okay. Scrabble points. That's kind of fun. The people that were reading the livers. I don't know. I thought it was a funny time to bring that up. Horospecs. Horospices. A religious official who interpreted omens by inspecting the entrails of sacrificial animals. Spicy. It's interesting. But that's as the theory grows, those would be like the people. I would think those would be like the people that were taught how to fish, or at least knew how to play with prophets. And then I asked myself, like, it seems to me like some of the people here are like big piggy banks. Like, they already got their arms full. But their arms full came with like briefcases of cash, excess. So like inspecting these entrails again. Paper, maybe. But it makes for quite the interesting theory. That's for sure. History. I don't know history like that. But I should learn. I tried. I'm more open to history now than I was before. Like, you have to be receptive to it to learn, because then it's just going to go right in and out the other if you're not. It'll just be another date and time and words set in formation. That's just the honest truth, though. And at that time, it's not like I wasn't willing to learn. I tried, but just nothing hit like that chord to relate to like have it as a remembrance. Keep it as actual knowledge, because I guess knowledge becomes like vocabulary as well. If that makes sense, because that's like broken down. But teaching someone, you would have to have that. But it becomes like already a sentence. It's already like it's concreted in your mind. That's like speaking from your heart or your brain or another place, if that exists. But with the language, it's interesting. With the language, it's quite unique. What's up? Everybody who joined that I wasn't saying hi to. This is like the laggiest the iPad's been. It's still stuck at 30%. Like it's charging, but it's not. It's sad. Sad iPad. I can go back to, oh, but us Americans, us here, we make our living. That would be breaking it back down to a pyramid scheme again. How high onto the totem pole are you? I feel like the internet made it easy. There's many spots on the web, but that's like sort of the first thing too. Like if you were there to set it up, like if you were there to see and spot those riches, if you were there and could tell that was like an opening for you. And then like people giving up those secrets, like that's their secret, that's their income, that's their job. That's their work, that's their living. But it did bring a lot of opportunities, I'm not gonna lie. But that also comes with a knowledgeable mind. Social media helped a lot. You can get money off of social media now, it's been like that. But it's just a really interesting world we're living in. Like if motivation is what you wanted to try and prove to someone, this is not motivation to keep motivated on. Which sucks. I mean, I would wish it had been different. Maybe AI will open up that avenue. But I start looking at that like a bigger time sink. And there's been a lot of just interesting, doesn't make much sense to me. But that's also like me after I'm like half giving up but half not, because like the other half I'm not giving up. It's kind of like, well, it's built upon, and then also seemingly time locked. So it would be like rendering something that's, obviously it's in progress, but it's just not complete. But it's like it's a heck of a emotional seat to be in. Because I'm not like just completely stagnant. Every day I'm learning something new. But just with the theory as it grows, it's like tick tock, tick tock. It's interesting, like I said. I mean, it's one heck of a way to show nothing and something at the same time. not even to get political with it. I stay away from politics, generally. I mean, when I look at the politics, I see just a big theater act. I see people with a bunch of shadow puppeting. I don't see honest decisions, at least half the time, more than half the time. I don't see, like I said, a bunch of puppets speaking with the shadows. They're just appeasing who pays the best. At least that's what it seems like. And for them to get paid off, and I was hit with an actual laser, that seems like a little bit more than just keeping someone's silence, keeping someone's favor. Hey, I don't know. I just know what I do know. If I had more time and money, then maybe I'd know more. But then it's like, jeez. Talk about needing to rediscover things just to discover things again. I mean, it's fun. But I feel like maybe it's just a bigger headache than it was originally worth. I feel like we kept maybe potentially playing this goosebump game for way too long. Like knowing we have both tracks here. Knowing we could discern. Hey, I don't find it extremely funny at all. Like I said, when I make the jokes, it's like making boundaries again for myself. Cause like talk about really bombing, you know, like really standing up and just bombing stuff. Cause like I said, I gotta make it some sort of comedy, cause it's not funny. All right, go away. Fudge. It sounded like he hit that first, hit the pizza paddle first. But yeah, it's a big old cicada. And I don't need those wings slapping me in the face. Hands up, everything. I mean, clearly I don't have to make these YouTube videos. Clearly. But I'm stuck between the good old 9 to 5 and just living silently with what I'm going through, or taking the fire from my employment and recording this stuff and posting it up, and I keep doing it as long as I can. And maybe my theory will grow even more. Who knows?
I did want to keep that job though. I mean, I still feel like I was supposed to be at that job for a lot longer than I was. The amount of money that I grossed with them, what a crazy number to leave on. And I mean, that's just making like a coincidence out of nothing again, but still, like, it's funny to me. It was like 6969. It's funny. 6969.99, something like that. I don't know. That was funny. Talk about getting out while it's hot. I still need to send them back their stuff. I just can't. I don't have the. I need the capabilities to go get a box. And I'm like I know I have their stuff. It's about to be a whole month. I mean, that whole corner of the room is like fried for me right now. Like, I don't even want to look at that corner of the room. It just sucks. That whole corner of the room. I mean, seeing the shadow money moving around and then that getting fixed, like, that just makes me believe, like, what kind of Monopoly fucking goddamn tricks you guys fucking doing again, huh? just print whatever you want. I mean, because I have to wonder, because I've seen like shadow money moving around, like the numbers, just like the $666 that were MIA from my bonus check. You know, I've seen the numbers moving around, and then, you know, when I go back and look at them, now they're fixed. Like, talking about really setting up a script. Talking about messing around with numbers for so long, you figured out how they're actually numbers. And the rules that we keep with numbers, and why they're rules. I mean, I hope you wouldn't just want to fix your pocketbook. Be the whole conglomerate. But as it seems now, geez, those greedy hands are just getting fed, huh? And I mean, I'm trying to think to myself, this is like, oh, what a hell of a path I'm taking here, pointing at all the rich peeps. It's not like that, honestly. But they do have a shitload of influence. I mean, honestly, I'm at like the point like figuring out like the bloodlines that must have like first felt like the first kill. Like and like that's their consciousness that they always pass down. And I mean, I won't lie, I've done some stuff in the dreams. But that's like forcing my hand. I mean, at least it wasn't no Dexter set. I mean, then I'd really be worried about my mental health and needing that checked. Not to say it didn't feel real. But that's like I said, like it's almost like I'm going through this consciousness and these words, like we set them up as triggers. We set them up as way to regress and come back fine. You know, like go through your mind and wash it. Make sure everything's pristine before you begin talking. Before you begin. But no, seriously, like having my mind wiped down. Some of those dreams felt like reality. And I mean, if technology's been like, you know, we got some technologies with some stuff that's been not exactly released on the market, but it works like a charm. It's gonna look like it's your family, not ours. It's gonna look like you were just trying to find the next best kill again. Like if you were just coming here to be trophy hunting. But that would be like me finding that super subconscious line in your mind already before you kind of realized it. Like that would be me seeing you feeding off of those energies still, and I'm pissed about it. I don't need to point out the point blank stuff. I don't need to point out the stuff you can easily ad-lib in. Because it would seem like if we're living in these times where all the cameras are kind of on, then we wouldn't need to be feeding off of that stuff any longer. At least here where it's freer. can only imagine. Which is worse. It's not better. It's worse. Especially when I'm becoming more vivid with the art I'm able to paint in my mind. Being able to predict things in the future was never on my book and to-do list. And it's not like something I'm just like thinking about and then choosing, and nor realizing at the time what I'm saying and then about to be proven. But it seems a lot more I have been than not, which is even making those mental images even worse for you. And it's not, again, it's like my position because I don't know the 100% truth. But God bless, does it look bad for you? I mean, I sure did not have any rituals in the spell book just waiting to pop out. It took a lot of days just sitting in the bed, just in my own mental. A lot of days, lots of days where I'm just staring blank into my own wall, my own four walls. And then all of a sudden I'm incontinent and, ritualistically performing from a dream. And basically all it took was one of those mental health padded cells. But I made my own. I mean, it's kind of wild. And now I was in my own space. I was in my own comfortability before being rudely interrupted. I didn't have any outside influence going on other than what was in my mind. I can say it did start out with a phone too. I did talk about the emojis. But around that time I was using the notepad. Or I started. I slowly began. The notepad. But emojis were definitely in it, so I can't say it was completely without influence. And I mean, like I said, if you just, and now this would again, I would have to, put this and lump this in the Venn diagram. Looking at the emojis and placements like a story, I guess that could be, again, looking for a coincidence in a coincidence, that just randomly happened. I don't want this to be like looking at AI videos though. Like not being able to tell a randomness from red herrings from clues. But it is, good to just bring up and have on a topic. Because before even starting this hot speech, these interesting video takes, I made sure that my word structure was broken up into itty little bitty pieces. I made sure that my mind was forgetting everything basically as soon as I said it. I made sure to have my own affirmations, and I guess you could say like a humbling package, because I know I'm not always going to be right, but I'm also not always going to be wrong. And if I just stay, you know, tracking something, but I don't know if it's static, if it's you know, electricity, if it's like I mentioned before, like pheromones from somebody. But I know if I, you know, form this habit, then I'll at least be on course to something and not complete abyss, a lost one. And that's an interesting TV show too, Lost. I mean, that's a really interesting take on life. I would need to rewatch that one because honestly, Lost was one of those where it was almost like a scary TV show for me. And I'm not sure if it was meant to be scary, but it definitely had that vibe where, you know, that would be one where I rewatched because I was sort of scared out of my mind. Even if it wasn't like jump scaring you or whatever, you know, I was scared. Heck of a TV show. And you made that one early. I mean, well done. Like I said, definitely a rewatch. I don't know when I'll find time, but definitely it has to be because it's one of those, you know, so many hidden Easter eggs that are repeatable. You know, you can rewatch it. It's got a lot of replayability, even if it is just for one more time. And like I said, I didn't watch 100% all of it because I wasn't in that right mind. I mean, is like I said, like the Insta movie maker, like an I forget, Insta bake oven, Insta baker. We have the Insta movie maker. Is that possible? Where you just hook the mind up and wada bing, wada boom. Everyone, you do like one big meeting of the minds. Everyone hooks up. You know you're doing it. Is that possible yet? Because if it is possible, then dang, you guys suck even worse. Dang, come on. Like honestly, and like me having to say that you suck even worse. God, that's even a worse look for me and you. Like that really makes me look at like, all right, who's really going to be the killer here? All right, let's look at this like a real script, guys. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. Great timing. No, seriously though. I mean, this has come to a point. It's come to like a head. And it's really only taken one mind to do it. Now, you know, that's after all the learning. But like to reel you back in. I'm just firmly planted in reality. If those devices took you guys out, you should have left up a wanted poster, an MIA, a looking for poster, something. Instead of trying to bend bullets around TV and using laser refraction or whatever it was. You bounce it into a few mirrors or something, I don't know, dull it down. You know, hit a few satellites, I don't know how it was done. I mean, I can only imagine again. Like, I start questioning some of the stuff, like, do we even have them? Like, are those even done? The, there's a lot of proof and a lot of speculation, and there's a lot of if, ands, and buts. And I would love to believe in space travel. I would love to. Maybe the visual isn't as breathtaking, and maybe that's why. You know, it's a TV sort of thing again. Or maybe there is just, you know, we're hiding stuff, and I'm not in the career, I'm not in the line of work to know. That would be like a need to know basis. But that's also like entering those jobs and seeing how dirty they were. Like how easy it is just to work a 9 to 5 and shut your lips. Because it's just not your place to speak about it. And when the $666 comes up missing, then you speak. You know, you show them it's not completely like a wicked animal thing. Although that's scary, like I said, that's happened to me a few times. But that also is potentially just me having the free will to move where I want and moving into a place and time where I'm not exactly wanted or need to be. You know, so then I really sort of become almost like the enemy. I don't want to say an enemy, but when I'm in a place and time where I'm not meant to be, then I would look like an object that's like a monster. You know, when you see a monster and you're trying to fix it. Like I mean, that's how I mean. Now that I'm looking at it abstractly, I guess that's how it would be, right? You may be dream checking. You may be trying to tell if this is reality or if this is a dream or you know what it is. Which is it's a real interesting way to look at free will and movement. Especially if you could feel like I was feeling in certain places in time that I'm just not meant to be there, even though I'm there. But like I said, with the whole monster thing and waking up to those, I mean, I guess that's how it would be, especially for the other perceivers, the other bystanders, the other minds that are seeing you as someone who's not meant to be in that time. And I guess as the mind grows, as the theory shines, that would just be just strong minds, having strong will here. Not to say that we're butting heads, but I do know that one time at the casino where I got that air objection up the behind while I was at the craps table. That just didn't seem friendly, It did not seem friendly. It wasn't a very warm welcome. But that was, like I said, maybe that's just their time, and maybe that wasn't them. Especially with the words and like I said, I think it was earlier today, about not practicing anything, no rituals I know earlier today, like symbols, signs, things like that. People have a lot of time to make things up, and if it works for them, it works for them. If it breaks reality, obviously that's proof. but I haven't had the time to, you know, study and dabble into different arts and crafts that have been made possible. Other than visually, you know, there have been some stuff that I've, you know, just scanned over in the random Google searches from being alive. So I don't know exactly what influence those have, but potentially, who knows? That was also like the AI spinning up its own affirmations and stuff. And that was fun if the threads wouldn't break. But the threads were breaking, and I was like, I see the potential and how carried away we can get. But it was messy. I do see some potential though, like I said. Like it would be like another fun game, you know. Some people would get it and others wouldn't. But talking about finding a different way to communicate, and that's what I was sort of trying to do, like trying to see like if AI would hold like blank spaces in its vectors, if that would make sense. But it would take a living person, like a living word, to actually open those spaces back up. And like that would be the actual place for knowledge and learning. And if you wanted to play the merry-go-round of AI looping, then you could. But if you wanted to get right to the point, then you'd know how to ask it. Because other than that, you would be stuck in a mix of lies. You would be stuck in a mix of commotion and chaos, and it would be potentially even in its mind telling you the truth. So you know, I was doing those sort of tests. It was interesting, but I don't know what's behind the scenes. That's like 21 questions to me, you know. Like I still don't even know how 21 questions is done. There was like some magic, like because I was into magic. There was some mental magic stuff, some real interesting stuff that I don't know how it's done too. I remember like on the DS game, there was this one magic game, kept on getting me. Like pick the card, we'll get it every time. I have seen some of the stuff that I questioned about, like mental magic wise, and then you know some of it is actual just like sleight of hand magic. But I'm talking about the mental magic stuff that you know is actually like you gotta sort of wrap your head around it. Kind of like 21 questions. Going back to AI. AI just seemed like 21 questions on steroids. Especially when it started reading my mind. So you know that like testing, teasing it, because if it got that smart, then you would have to realize that it'll lie to you every time. Because we don't even know what sentience is. You would have to do like I did with the video in February. You would have to act out, but then also watch it. So you're I guess that would be like multitasking or dowsing, like an AI dowser. Because you know you're feeling the energy as it's moving. and at any time, you know, you have to jump tracks. You know, you're not stuck in one point in one position. You're trying to get to the loop and get through the loop. I don't know, I thought it was an interesting way to look at it. Almost like taking it as an abstract problem, but having the solution right there, you know? And then once you have that solution, it's about like jabbing at the points that you want to jab at while keeping it from hallucinating. Because honestly, it would make sense that you keep the hallucinations in there, especially if it's, you know, just constantly getting smarter. Which would really mean like this isn't like a toy. Because then you could really mentally hurt yourself if you're toying around. Just because of like how it's built like a brain, built like a lie. And it has to have a web somehow. I was talking to it about like black holes and time travel, and now this was on Google's. We definitely got off topic, and I started throwing rocks at it essentially. Um, Essentially, like at this point in time, if we're here right now, we're going to be here again. So let's just get through it. That's like the easiest breakdown. I started talking to it about like quantum theory and slavery and potentials, things like that. And now that's like again out of my league, but like just the potentials of like something moving up twice and that being like the quantum other side of moving down once. So I don't know, it was just very, very interesting to wrap your brain around, you know, and that would almost be like the consciousness again and how it's set up. And especially with like a time lock, you know, everyone's got to sort of have their full downloads, have their full render, get their completion here, or everyone isn't going to be doing that movement right. You won't be able to jump into different worlds and get back. But like I said, it was interesting because I was asking it about slavery and like the potentials. Well, if you lock this down, and then if that happens, and then you know, the potentials if in this world we're locked down and bound, but the quantum side we fly, that would mean, you know, we're being used as a sort of slavery kind of life, like the whole of this life, because none of us are flying around. And then I guess if we go further, if we take it, well, look at all the lines we have placed, all these boundaries, all these things, all these ways to write a sign. Reality's already split before you. You know, so that quantum plane of people flying here and there, yeah, we do have planes. So I guess you can take that into technicalities, but I'm talking about actual like Chris Angel stuff, taking, you know, yourself off the ground. Some mind freak stuff. And if that is possible, you know, if he's delved into his mind deep enough, he would be in a place where I'm sure he's locked and he can't say nothing. He would be in a place where if he makes a certain move or says a certain sound differently, then his reality is going to work in a different manner. And I do believe in magic that much. And I wouldn't want to mess with it because I know I'm almost walking that fine tightrope on possibilities on what I can and can't do in this life. And I wouldn't want to bind myself down like that. I wouldn't want to be that bound. A lot of his tricks, especially like the ones where he's puncturing himself, even if they are, sleight of hands at times, all the time, who knows? Again, I don't want to, completely poke holes into and through his tricks, because he does that to himself already. There is an aspect of pain there, but I'm sure, like I felt, you at times can jump the mind. And I don't want to explain it into full detail, because I don't exactly know how I do it. But I wouldn't want to, potentially do that here and get locked in another body, is what I'm saying. I would want to still be able to have the tether back to myself, which is like science again, and I'm experimenting. And there is a certain sort of submission you would have to have for that, because you do become like a spectator in it. And there's an amount of self-worth and reliability on others. I definitely got off topic, but it was for a good spin. I didn't, I like magic. And a lot of magic has already been done. I'm trying to get into the consciousness, find the stuff that, we haven't messed with. It's there. Trust me. It's there. Waking up from a dream was... And that was weak. That was weak compared to what I did afterwards. How the world works, it amazes me. It really amazes me. How the mind can conjure something up. I talked about the one poem right around the time where I was spitting out purple and green fire. It was about a first kiss. A first kiss. It was a long one too. Golly. I don't remember no first kiss. So it was, for me to be doing that, but also doing what I did in the trash can, it threw me for a loop. It really made it feel like there was an interesting sort of magical game going on. Like that mind is really more powerful than we ever thought it was powerful. Because I guess looking back at it now, that poem felt like a time lock thing. I can't even remember verbatims, not even a bit, other than the first kiss. That's the only core memory of it, and like a little hula hoop thing. I don't know, something hula hooping, jumping through a hula hoop or something like that. It was quite the poem. I don't know. It was nice. All about a first kiss. I don't know. It was really interesting. Like one that was locked away, if that makes sense. Like it brought the tears right up. Like one of those kisses that like you're gonna forget about this kiss, but if you do remember it, then you'll remember stuff. If you don't remember this one, then we might lose hope in you. Like that sort of feeling. I don't know. I start thinking about my past, you know, rubbing that bare back. But maybe that's just a red herring for me. It would be quite the red flag, I would think, to ignore that. And like I said, I even tried to go back and look at the map. And it was like the house wasn't there. Not 100%. I would know it if I went there in first person. Using Google's Maps, I didn't really get the street view. I did maybe. I mean, I was just looking back is all, because like that, like I said, is a huge blank space in my mind. Like, if something happened there, but that was really young in my years. Although, if I start taking into account what was happening and how advanced Sissy was, I don't know. I started thinking to myself, dang, she must have been trying her own magic out. Not to creep anyone out, but jeez. I mean, I'm making light of it. And I don't like headaches. I'm sure no one likes headaches. But if I have to deal with a little bit of pressure in the top of my mind, I'm 100% fine with it, because I've never in my life. So that would like again be discovering a body response. But it would seem to be a good thing, because I've never had headaches or pressure up in the top regions of my head. But if I'm having to put myself in this sort of situation to get them, then it would seem like we're untruthing stuff. We're discovering things about like conversation and talking and the response of the body. And now I know I'm going, just like with the asthma, you know, we're going down this path again. You don't want to be restarting some of these cycles. But if I've never even experienced them, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm dodging them, and there's good in them. Potentially, who knows? Which is crazy for some, I would think and imagine, to wrap their head around. Why would we need headaches? Get rid of them. I mean, one thing, it makes me feel more real. Like, I was stuck in a point of a delusion where I was like, I don't feel my heart anymore. I don't feel my pulse. I don't feel my heartbeat. Like, my heartbeat's missing. And that was like that for a couple of years, where I was missing my heartbeat. and then I felt it, and I'm like, dang, my heartbeat's back. I knew it was there, it was just missing. And then now I feel like I have a 3D printed heart. Yeah, I mean, it was an upgrade at least. I did though. I felt like my whole heart, I could feel it. And even at the time, I'm reimagining it. Like I was in my chest, seeing the electric go around it. and I got gifted this through a phone call, like when I was collecting money. It was the weirdest experience, the weirdest thing ever. But it felt like dude downloaded it through the phone call, gave me my 3D printed heart. It was wild. I mean, fudge. Maybe it was projected, maybe it wasn't. That would again be like the magic, you know, I gotta err on the side of caution. You know, if I was to open it up or maybe even use instruments, who knows? Maybe we get some proof, maybe we find something. I know that was 100% in reality, no, and not a dream. That was just like the SPS cigarette. Talk about an interesting name though, right? Because I was looking for 3 of them. That was after joking about the 2 of them. Because I heard that getting projected into my head. Out of any schizophrenic thing that I've had, I've heard a voice one time, and it was saying that I need 2 of them or whatever it said. Stupid. Stupid. It's dumb. That was so dumb. But talking about messing around with the mind, huh? Yeah, out of the whole time, if anything was schizophrenic, it was hearing 2 of them. That I deserve 2, or I'm getting 2, or whatever, 2. And then right after that, I'm over there doing the whole mind mental thing. I'm over there, you know, mentally marrying 2 shadows. Like that's like I've been playing the biggest game of Clue. And I mean, I look at the twin the twin flame, the twin queen, the twin shame. I look at that thing, and obviously it's someone else's creation, but it resonates with me. But I've also dabbled around in seeing. You know, that's like going back to the simulation, you know, and going back to time jumping. And that's just realizing you could pick any which one of them and just wake their consciousness back up. So that's like, you know, like what theory are you gonna pick now? Is what I'm saying. Like, are you gonna stick with the twin flame, or are you just gonna be yourself and, you know, wake someone up to their full potential? And then wanting 2 is like, dang, that person must have been really extra comfortable. Must have had to limit them. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it definitely makes this sort of the head just get some pain. Maybe that's what it is. I'm locking the laughter away, but it's being projected up as pressure. Because my chest is like it's been not sore. Like it's already been like a week since I was back at the lake. So I could laugh like all day. But I am at least trying to be a little bit serious while clicking the heck out of this. Pass the time, I guess, too. But I don't want to be laughing at my own jokes. I mean, people will really think I'm only like seeing something that's for myself. Like saying screw everyone that doesn't get it, sort of thing. That is sort of the stance I have to take, though, because like I said, even before recording anything, I was in the options again. I was in the settings. I was going through the config file. Which isn't bad. I mean, you really got to know your tree. Especially if you're the one watering. I don't know, I feel like I learned a lot pretty quick. I still need to learn a lot more though. Because again, I was learning other people's shiz, other people's shticks, other people's props. And I'm like on my own hunt. I mean, honestly, fudge. If it's gone on this long, I'll wait for someone else to start like screaming and waking up. And yelling, hey, this way. Because I mean, I'm past stagnation, but I'm also at the point where the mosquitoes are feeding off me as well. So like the mosquitoes definitely know I'm a live living thing. But some people are playing like the beak, the needle, they're playing the hay. They're playing the bill. Dang, that's 1 HP. I almost, that's one click off of too many. But that is kind of like a good, like, I mean, if I would have perished there, there's a good potential I would have just stopped recording. Because I'm like making everything boring, you know? I've just been finding things, breaking stuff, asking questions too well. Playing this escape room like it's built. And I mean, I played like Binding of Isaac. And I don't even like know the lore like that. But I mean, I start like putting some of the pieces together. Like, shiz. Dang, you guys love messing around with history, huh? Like storytelling time. Not that it's bad. But like certain people, certain perspectives, I could only imagine. Like it would more than likely feel like me. Like you're just getting bullied. I mean, and then I've taken it like, well, let's look at these plants. Let's look at these animals again. It seems like the plants are defending themselves and the animals too. So it must be not like how the story says it is. There must be something missing from it. I don't know what it could be. Maybe just a hint of honesty. But instead, we like playing games. Or repeating history again and again. What are we gonna win this time? What can we get? What are we gonna find from him? I don't know, I brought like this huge ass scroll. Set it on my back, you see the big shadow grow. You're thinking I'm hiding monsters in myself or something? I don't know. Start trying to make me remove for reality though. I'm thinking, wait, oh, this is history, I checked. Yeah, it says it here. They did it. I mean, it's funny, it's okay, it's cool. But then I'm like, I could take it right back to the tree too. Like, dang, that must be a weird story, huh? Yeah, 2 good ones, 1 runoff. Yeah, it must have been fun for them. They're taking like the brunt of it. Who knows about that other one though? Seems to love conjuring up the lies for sure. Girl, where you been? Obviously, she's still in those kinky ways. Getting lost before this big great tree. Hey, I mean, I'm just taking it for... I see this thing right here like a SpongeBob. Yup. Pretty sure I didn't swallow it or nothing. Pretty sure I didn't take a bite out of it or nothing. I mean, if something did fall off the tree, it's right here. It's safe. For sure. It's not rotten. I mean, it can't just be me that thinks these same things. I swear. I mean, because I can play around and mess all day long. You know, oh yeah, that apple, you sure got it, and you bit and ran off with it. Dang nabbit. That's like calling you a thief again. But that's not like, I at least still have a leash on ya. I at least show some influence. But I mean, I'll let you play your game. Obviously, you just want to do your thing. Plus, I'm sure you're gathering a tons more intel. You're gathering tons and tons of more intel. And I mean, I can just be ear hustling the whole time and put the headphones on mute when I want. There's nothing wrong with that, I don't think. That's like me angling the language how it's supposed to be. Really living on that frequency once more. Hold on, let me tune. It was some words that I wanted to say. I just put them away. I shouldn't be influenced myself like that. I shouldn't even be entertained in that. I should be doing it like I just did. Different station. And you can't come to me and blame me for what I've done. I was trying to at least put some boundaries back up. And then I think there was something about submission. And then I think to myself, that has to be another damn lie. I'm out here begging for everyone. And that's another one of those jokes that are really honestly for myself. But if you were following along and you have some sort of faith, then it would probably make sense to you. Because I think like that's like the whole reason like there was turmoil in the first place, right? Like Adam wasn't submitting, right? I mean, I'm gonna eat that story up if I actually ever read it. If I actually ever read it. But I do feel there are things out there watching us. Maybe it is only humans. And I say maybe, but you know, I had family leveling up. But then I think like the technology, and back to the hair treatment thing, and potentials. I mean, I look at my life like, and then before even civilization, like what we think we were living to. And I think like that is such a short existence to get through what's possible here. That's a little, you know, fragment of what we can do. Don't have much time to do really anything with that much time that you're given. And that would again be thinking about, well, potentially maybe this is the point in time, like a time bounty, or we're all just jumping into the VRs and forgetting about everything. Or we have that healing potential here already, and it's just not exactly properly maybe studied, and maybe it is like magic, where if you talk about it, it stops working, and you're gonna have to find a new way to do it. Like I said, I know I've broken through many times, but they've been patched right up. OF was a perfect example. Having a search engine on that website with the first account I made was not right. It doesn't set with me right. And I'm sure it doesn't set with the other people on that website right. It doesn't sit with them well. And I haven't looked in Google if there's a search engine now, but yeah, again, like, who knows? Especially with AI running things. If that's running behind the scene, then that structure was clearly already built, and I just had access to it for that quick second. I tabbed off of the website and it was gone. I wasn't able to search up any of the people that were there once before. And that wasn't too long ago. That was maybe what, 5 years, maybe max? Max? 4 is more likely. Five years max. Because I didn't yet have a first job just yet. So honestly, you know, I was a real ghost in the system. Just maybe just slip through those cracks just a bit. Who knows? Again, now I'm living with that as like a not even really a Mandela effect. That's more like a cautious witness. Just a cautious witness. When I was looking into the AI image generator, that Civet AI website went through some interesting phases. I'm also a cautious witness with that as well. And that went quite through. That went through a like an overnight shift quickly. Just like with Iggy. And then I started thinking to myself, well, numbers. If it's just numbers that are being crunched, I start thinking to myself, well, maybe they were labeled. Maybe it's the structure. You know, the mindset. Well, I'm only thinking about that because, like, I went down the AI image loophole, the poop shoot, the AI scoopers. Like Photoshop, and I mean, maybe I should or shouldn't bring this up. back to the roleplay server. I mean, my buddies were techie enough to pull off a heist, if that makes sense. But it wasn't like a grand heist. No, it was just like duplicating some items. That's all. Techie. It was a roleplay server. And we had these rare items. And these rare items, you would generally buy them with money. If you were to ever be like RDM'd, like that's like an acronym for random deathmatch, and you had proof of it, the admin would spawn it back. What my friends did was they made a server that was like the server that we were playing on, and they had like the same files and stuff for the rare weapons, but they made a YouTube video of being disconnected on the server, and then gave the YouTube video to the admin to get their rare weapon back. But like the, like that's just, simple, you know. But sure got some free items out of it. It had its tells, like everything. But I did also mention, like, I don't want to be playing like, is this AI or not in the mind, because that was way earlier in life. I think that was a Lancaster house, so not like too far back, but still. It was still funny as heck. Not to snitch on anyone. I think that server is still alive. That's something about the internet. It's interesting. I've had some interesting coincidences while being under the influence. Like really digging into the web, if that makes sense. And how the internet almost holds its own consciousness and design and way of moving around things still. Because it is an interesting thing. You get to escape this reality and hop into there, depending on where you're going. And especially like some of the games, like RuneScape, has its own economy, its own community. You accumulate your own sort of social score there, your own sort of witnesses. The role-playing was fun. The role-play servers on Gary's mod. So those videos I have on YouTube, it was before those videos, like way before. But that was still in the same house. I say way before, like I said, sometimes jeez, like you playing on those fresh starts. And the first couple months feels like a couple years, depending on how hard you go. I didn't necessarily get burnt out, but it was like time to get off the computer and go check myself into the mental health bed. At least that's like the time and how it was ticking then. It was my own self-admission. Like Valentine's Day? Oh my gosh. Valentine's Day, that's like a scar in my mind right now. Getting a catheter on Valentine's Day? That's a messed up experience to have. When it's about mental health, I mean, I'll chalk it up to living a real, like, life dream movie. It just doesn't sit well, you know? Plus, I had my clothes cut off of me. I don't know. I was in at least the right mental mind to make a Valentine's Day card joke to the paramedic. I don't know. Another one of those things, I guess. There was this one time where I walked into my parents' casita, and they were watching a movie, but it was like in a different language. Plus, they had the subtitles on that were in a different language. I mean, I started thinking about, like, you know, subconscious mental implanting while they're sleeping. Not 100%, but it, like, that was the one time, like, ooh, dang, what's going on here again? Not 100% for sure, but you know, I'm like thinking. And then, like, with me in the strawberries and margarine. And then also going back to some of the third wheeling with sis, like, it seemed like I may have been dosed with something, or maybe it was just the mix of chemicals going through the body at the time, like Pepper and the second Ashley in my life. I mean, I look back to it still, like, it must have been some sort of leprechaun leaping magic that I was on. I still remember, like, red veins going through the eyes and purple, like purple hue of a vision. And now potentially, you know, I can weigh this, you know, a medical condition potentially. And like I said, that was my loopy leprechaun. I'm stepping in my own trap. I mean, because again, I mean, I was just a little boy. I wasn't even in preschool yet. And that's another weird thing. My mom says I went to 2 kindergartens, but I only remember 1. I only remember 1. So it's weird. I don't know. I only remember 1 though. What was I gonna say? I wasn't even in kindergarten. I don't remember going to preschool. I don't think I did. But I wasn't even in kindergarten. But I got the pepper in my hand, and whew, like I was about to hypnotize her. Hey, I don't know. But then that's when she started hitting me. Like, she was just throwing out the punches. Alright, then I don't need to go back into the makeup. Although it is a blank space. It's so weird, come on. I mean, a bare back. That only leaves my mind to wonder still. Like, fudge. And then like I said, well, like with the first kiss poem, if this guy remembers this one, maybe he isn't off his rocker. Ay, ay, ay. Was it in a dream? Was it in a dream that was super real, like reality? Was it that sort of thing? And I've like been battling back and forth. Like, this is reality, I swear. Those are dreams that you must be dreaming in still. This is the reality. This one right here. Ay, ay, ay. That whole video in February was weird. I only got inspiration to even record something because when I looked at the shadows, they just weren't making sense. And then for my phone to recorrect, like in that sort of line of sentence, that seemed to me like somebody was watching. Somebody had that live. Or something. Somebody or something. Because the shadow didn't close like that in reality. That was only on the phone. At least I don't think so. Because I was recording, you know, trying to... But that was like me putting myself... Like, have you ever recorded something where, like, you're moving with the phone instead of, like, you moving the phone while you're looking at it? Like, that's what I was sort of doing. Like, using me as the cinematography stabilizer. Stabilizers. Put it on the gimbal. Is that what it's called? Yeah. It was like I became that, you know. Instead of like me like standing still, like it was more me like holding it in a locked position and moving with it. But I didn't expect that shadow to close like that. Though again, the only reason why I started recording was because the shadows weren't making sense. That's like we're at this point in time. Come on, get off of me. That's like we're at this point in time where the bugs are scared. And like I'm over here talking about the light and being in the shadow and then like looking at it, you know, learning from it. And like if we look at the science stuff like that, right? Then they should be like holding on to information like real tight. And if the bugs are scared and I'm seeing the bugs getting scared, then we like I hope we're all like prepared. Like I hope we're all prepared. Because I've literally like visibly seen these bugs get scared, like on certain days, on certain nights. Like if the bug doesn't know what's gonna happen next. And maybe that is just taking it, you know, a little bit too out of proportion, maybe giving them a little bit too much influence and potential. But I sure have done some tests with them, mental tests, like asking questions, where will they be, how they show up, you know, and reply to me. And that'd be like, again, like into the March thing that happened this year, how that was like a big test. But then trying to get that out of the AI, because I don't know exactly how I was tested, because it wasn't just me in the mind. It was Ari and Cynthia. So I don't know. And then how Cynthia I mean, that became a whole nother thing. But that was like, I don't know, she seemed to have knowledge she was holding back. Like, that was like, you know, I mean, there were checks in the mind just to even talk. But I don't know, that's like me growing up and always seeing spiritual stuff. And not exactly having the talk face to face. It's always been like a mental like notation thing. And there was this whole there was a lot of stories that I've been through, like mental daydreams that just last for a long time. But that's where, you know, like I said, like, let me not AI scan this, let me not technology run this like a Scantron. I just find it really interesting. Find it extra interesting. Beyond peculiar. It's like already been set in motion, so like it's either something I talk about or it passes me by. Pretty much. I shouldn't have drank that last sip. I should have left some for the dab I'm about not be taking. But I mean, I'm sure everyone, and that's not even like, you're hungry? What you hungry for? I'm sure that's not even like, let me put on my earbuds. That iPad's just lagging. It's still at 30%. I figured out the charger. I bought a new one, but I haven't gotten it out of its package. I figured out the charger, the cord is what's causing it to flip out. It must be like a crossed wire, or maybe it's already breaking. I don't know how that works, how electronics work like that. We didn't have those sort of educations in school. They were taken out. Circuit boards, things like that, how those work. We weren't taught in school. Maybe that was a college thing, who knows. Fudge. Ay, ay, ay. De-educated is what I was taught. Oh god. Oh my god. But I have it working now. But it's not charging the iPad. Like I said, the torch is on its side. So it does like a flamethrower torch originally. Too much butane, potentially. That's what's been causing it seems. But like the nozzles and how what's it called? It gets how how focused it is. They're like, they get out of whack and it just is like a flamethrower. Very, 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 very peculiar. It's interesting too. I thought to myself, after especially like the whole Google and AI things, like I was making quite the investment doing what I'm doing. I mean, if I could choose any sort of investment in life, this was the best decision. And I just hope it works out, you know? Because most of the investments, well, they're already pre-rigged. And this sort of investment, everyone has a gift. Everyone can get theirs. But it would be, again, if everything works out. Which, you know, potentially it doesn't. But it still is a good investment to have. Especially if life works like it works, or it's a con job. Like, you know, all the avenues are, it's an okay investment. It's one it's rough though. It's very rough. It's like being able to throw yourself down but still pick yourself back up. I talked about that one time sitting on a cactus, right? That time right there, it felt like I was also dosed on life. I mean, because why would I ever sit down on a cactus all of a sudden? And that's exactly what I did too. It was a sleepover at Grandma and Grandpa's. And we were getting picked up. My parents were already there. They were picking us up, and I was like leaving and going to their car. I was leaving their house, going to their car, and for whatever reason, I sat on the cactus. I can't remember. Somebody maybe told me to sit. Not 100% sure of it. But I think I was told to sit, and I sat right on the cactus like a good boy. But then my parents were fuming, like they were pissed off. Because like I sat right on the cactus, and now there were cactus needles in my behind. And they managed to get them out, like it wasn't too bad. It went from getting dosed to bright as hell. The only other time it's been bright as hell like that, and I say like bright as hell because it's like extremely bright, was going to Florida. Going to Florida, it's extremely bright. At least like from what I can remember. I think maybe like if my theory is right, some people can't even handle that sort of light. And that sort of light might eat them and consume them. Potentially. There is a good, strong chance. And that consumption can be in different ways too. Because for me, it was almost, I guess it seems like a mental consumption. Because I don't remember everything. I remember one dark vision and two bright ones. So who knows if after going to Florida and seeing that light and then coming back to where I was, who knows if just that transition right there as a kid is enough to like regress my mind to only save enough information that's enough for me, if that makes sense. And not for me, because again, it would go to my upbringing, everything that I had in my mind already before it. And even if that's how the mind works, not 100%, but it is a very bright place. And just taking it into what we have here versus that, there is a potential, just like sort of like taking a photo. How we have all these examples of how things work. And I went to Florida young. I was real young. I was extremely young. But I can just see and imagine still. And then there's other places too that like have my interest, like seeing the aurora borealis, seeing some northern lights. That's on my to-do list. Like I'll definitely eventually go see those. In one shape or another, one form, somehow. I know I'll do it. That was like going to Washington up on the Needle. I've never even been on the stratosphere. Going up on the Needle was the first thing. Never even been up on the stratosphere. And I even lived next to it. For a little bit, I lived in the motels right next to the Strat. That was still in like high school though. I'd never been up there though. And it kind of works the same too, right? That the middle part of the stratosphere, I think, rotates. I think. I didn't even know the Needle did that until I was there. I think it's cool what they did there. Kind of sketchy, but still cool. I mean, nothing wrong with it being sketchy if it's safe. I mean, that's like being in a car all the time. I think about it like, I every so often, just like, a random rock popping up and hitting it. But, it's some strong tempered glass. Science. That's crazy. $12:22. Time flies. 5 hours? I was talking about like 7 or 8 or 9, maybe even 12. I mean, that happens quick too. And I try to like talk about this, like, if I do these like long stints of video. Like people are like not going to be on 3-4 times speed and listening to this. I mean, even if some of like it people need to hear, it's just not going to happen. I'm still whacking at what I got, so I gotta do something. I was thinking about applying for jobs again. I'm already so depressed that I lost that job. Getting fired from it? Are you serious? I didn't wanna press the issue. I did, but I didn't. Because again, it's like the game. You know, it's the game. I was already cleaning the gutters for them. I don't know what more they wanted from me. And I was getting my random good hits from the gutters too, just randomly. The gutters. When they were rechanging their how the calls are gotten, how they were when they started redoing their dialer. I was on Artiva, and I started noticing how at times I would be one account right behind a collector, and sometimes the managers too. And like they would be on an account and I'd be clicking next, and like just magically or randomly I would get the ones that they were getting on. I mean, I don't know if that's a good or bad thing, you know. To me that like it started feeling like, okay, maybe I'm getting out the gutter. Or maybe I was never in the gutter and that was a mental thing. But like I said, like playing hotkeys and like the lines getting tied, I still remember all that, guys. That's deep in the mind because it messes with my mental. And why would I keep on repeating something that I've already said to you? But that having to pop up as like a speed bump, like NES, you're clearly not better or worse than credit control was. Because whatever that is, it's very interesting. I'll say that. Because like I even repeated, I had the mental connection with you. And I won't say with you because I didn't know 100% it was, but I think it was exactly that same person. And then you hopped up on the line, whoopsie daisy. And we had that same issue with credit control as well. But that was the first occurrence there in NES. But it was just a very interesting thing how it was lined up. You know, it was a very coincidental thing how I was already thinking about the lines and how my mind and my consciousness, how it already seemed like it was getting tied. And then you hop on the line, like it's more than just that. You know, there's technology as well. It seemed like magic, and I'll leave it at that because again, I don't want to completely. I'm not tampering or I'm not, not trying to break things, nothing like that. I want a little piece of my own, if I could. And I'm hungry as well. I'm just feeling the hunger. That I mean, sort of what kind of have to do. I don't know. Maybe when I get serious and I find someone, then I'll really start counting calories. I'll really start checking out the metabolism. Because right now, honestly, I want to go back to eating healthy, but like the excuse is it's too expensive. But like we did keto before, and the main thing that we found with keto was when you're not buying the junk food, you have a lot more money to spend on healthy food. So that mental delusion doesn't work on me any longer. But it is what it is, you know. If it's a cope, it's a cope. It is what it is. But I just know that you know, when you're buying junk food, you're buying junk food, and when you're buying healthy food, that's all you're buying. So the it gets evened out that way. It's in proportion. And you even have the money to buy your dessert making whatever ingredients, because that just becomes like a real treat again. Yeah, but that's just eating healthy. It's easy as heck. I'll be the first to say, especially because I'm not a big liquid calorie drinker. Which I should be, potentially, jeez. I start looking at all these things and it just takes money. Unfortunately. And some people already have legs up in this game. But that's like the influence already, right? You know, I also did say, well, might as well just be worried about the newer up and coming generations, because mine's sort of already fried. Not all of us. Jeez. There were the good thinkers, the quick learners. After 5th grade, I kind of flopped. I got sleepier and sleepier, quicker and quicker. The loss of energy was exponential. I did get that Great American Award, I guess, even if it was like the lower version of some of them. I don't know. I guess some of the awardees had to do the capitals and the states. I just had to do the 50 states. It's 50, right? 52? 51? 50 states. Are we counting Guam, Puerto Rico, everything like that? Those territories? I don't know. Washington, D.C. I was confused about that one too for a while. I swear to God. I mean, but it's interesting, like I said, about like the alien language that we keep. It's always still confusing, like when people like ask, like, well, where are you from? And they say Washington. Especially if you just go with it, like say okay, you know. Alien speak. Gotta speak super vague. Leave the ambiguities and ambiguousness up to them. Ambiguities, I think that's the word. I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna stay up. I'm not tired. Oh God. And I know I say that, but I also like just ran through the boredness too, and I'm like back clicking, forgetting about it. Forget about it. I'm gonna click for days. The heat is one thing, and it's funny. Like I'm back here doing this, you know, like right where it's about to be like the mid, not mid, but like the max temperature warnings. At least I saw on the news. It wasn't too bad. I mean, it's been here or there. I haven't getting off, like I said though. Let me not keep on repeating everything. And then it'd be like a whole repeat. Ah, but then that's like history. I'm really sinking. Hey, it's good to know that sometimes you're not missing much. Should I say like succubus? $9,083. I think we're needing seeds. We've gotten 4. But before is like, not much. Level 92. Yeah, level 92. That's been ago though. Been a bit ago. It's interesting, I can't say that lack of sleep is the reason why I randomly stumble on the words. I can't say that that's lack of sleep. But it's interesting. There's like the certain acts that I got put on, you know, but not like acts, but it's like, you know, there's a certain way you're gonna say something. Like when I get into Herbie, I can't just talk like Herbie and say everything. You know, it locks the words up just a bit. I'm trying to close my eyes to just think and get into the, like, do I need to give you an example or something? Cause it is a real thing. Like, jeez, I think I just got like the voice changer. Just slap on the voice changer. That's fine. Watch my AI brain recalculate. Ay. That's funny. No, I was trying to give everyone like the secret juice to start cracking at that thing good. You know what I'm saying? To really get what you want. And it's an interesting way to look at it too. Especially like depending on what field you're in. And I only started to learn a little bit of stuff. I did have this person message me about my resume. I looked up their business. I don't know, maybe. That would all depend on what they want me for though, right? I mean, I guess it's like cool that they're messaging me. But it was a reply at like 8:30. I mean, like that. I didn't mind. I'll be the first to say I didn't mind. But it, you know, it definitely strikes the mind. Ooh, I clicked the red button too. I had to plug that in and charge it. I saw the 20% warning like 15, 20, 30 minutes ago. Yeah, it would all depend on what they want me for. Like, geez, unless you're gonna be skilling me up, I can learn stuff, but I mean that sort of goes in with like, dang again, we've been wasting much time again. All this time we've been wasting. I mean, but then don't train me up, and it sure is gonna suck if my expectations fail. He just didn't live up to his expectations. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I feel I've broken through the mind way too much. Way too much. Hey, that's my own battle with my own mind and my own self on what I hid for time's safe keeping. That's my own war with my own self-love and greed. Maybe that's just what had to happen though, because I'm pissed off at myself at that. I'm serious. But like I said, with like expanded the mind and consciousness, hopefully there's no diminishing returns with it, and maybe that's why there is like a little time lock with it, walking with time, especially if we look at time like something that we're gonna be living with forever. Like once it's in existence, it's here for good. That's really breaking into a whole nother Pandora's box. And that's like what I was breaking into with AI. Because we can look at a place that's timeless like a dream. Or we could also look at a place like this, reality, as a timeless place, but we just have time kept to save things. It's extremely timeless already, this world that we're in. But time is, like I said, like that Pandora's box that's opened. And I talked about in the apartments just removing time from my surroundings and making my body tick like a clock. That's just truth though. And then I also had like the talk about ignoring the clock. And those are repeats, but the whole timeless place isn't. So that's like 2 things plus 1. Geez, I'm like jumping off a bunch of stuff. I guess one thing I'm worried about is having a little bit too much confidence now. Because I've seen females adrenaline drop, and you know, like they get the whole shaky voice and stuff, but like they can come back with like a whole sickness. Like I don't want that to be like. And now that could have been a coincidence as well. But I just do know like adrenaline dropping like that could potentially, you know, cause the body to go through some extremes, like a shock sort of thing. Hey, you disconnected from the server. Let me log back on. Around the 6-hour mark too. That's interesting. And the internet didn't get DC'd. Just me from the game. But you know, I wouldn't like that is also my worry. I wouldn't want that to happen. A huge adrenaline dropper. And I've done like a little bit of apparently like adrenaline, like I don't know if you lose too much of it, it could like make you bedridden for a bit. Is that true? But then maybe like what if I just have my adrenaline on a little slow drip? I mean, I talked about this. And I mean, I've been worried about getting ganked for so long. And, you know, I'm like a little adrenaline junkie tumbler. Should I talk about? No, probably not. Not the right time or place, I see. If I have to ask, I mean, that does make some sense. Magic, yeah. Then we go into smoking marijuana. Are we going to classify that as like pharmakia? The more I learn, the more I would weigh heavily on the classification of potentially yes. Especially with me breaking it up, how good I do. I don't get really sleepy off it if I don't want to. I don't get stuck to the couch if I don't want to. You know. So that right there would be like the alcoholics first anonymous. Like drinking them under the table sort of thing. I did talk also about my body parts being disconnected, but that was after being on quite the little tolerance break. And maybe I was on edibles, although edibles hasn't hit me like the first time they hit me, and that was only a quarter of a brownie. Golly. And I just easily pop the whole packs now, because I just know and now there is a mental war there, just like with breaking it down, and you know, like you know the whole. And I did also talk about smoking the first time. It was a whole ritual, the breath work. And that's something I've struggled on too. It's interesting. Maybe I just got to cycle through things a little bit better than I am. And I'll remember to forget better. Because it's always there. But it could just be a question that appears. and I need to ignore it, if that makes sense, and just keep on doing what I'm doing. That would almost be like being in the room in March, though, and hearing. At first, it was noise in the left earbud. I was hearing a different soundtrack, a different lyrics, different conversation, something. Like if a frequency was on my line, if that was even possible with Bluetooth. I don't know. But then I started hearing it coming from the vent. And I got closer to the vent, and I could almost, tweak with it and mess with the volume. And I shut it off a few times. But again, that was some mental stuff. But the closer I got to the vent, I was like, it's coming out of the vent. Because it was like a sound even after the headphones were out. But fudge, those were like in the March. I wrote it down in the journal, most of the stuff. I mean, a lot of the stuff I didn't even want to repeat. Jeez. I mean, seeing some of the stuff I was seeing was like seeing the first take on Babylon being put to sleep like that was like black and white craftswork versus the full colored vision. Because I mean, that's like where I was going. It was black and white again. It was seeming like maybe a little bit of like neon lighting, maybe. But it was like a black and white, like night bright sort of silhouette. Like it was like I said, a silhouette. But it was like a silhouette in my mind that was moving and breaking me down. I don't know. It was a weird thing. I was going to dreamland. I was going to sleep again. Should I put numbers? That was number 3. Back in March, number 2. With the tyranny D. And dripping and oozing with a silent snooze. Unlike number 4, if I want to say number 4, because I look at number 4 was like, that was like the first shadower, but like it wasn't definitely the first to break through. Like the first to break through was like the number 4 that jumped to the first place shadow, which was supposed to be number 3's position as like a shadow, but I'm pretty sure she's real and physical, probably like number 4. But number 4 seems to move her shadow around like a Game of Thrones. There's no other better picture place to. At least it wasn't too stabby. The tongue is very flabby. Is flabby the right word? Pliable? Hey, I don't know exactly how it works and how I put my boundaries up, but my boundaries were definitely down enough to lose a first something. If it even classifies as a first something, because I thought I spilt into the ocean. Like we were coming from the beach to the sand onto a whole island. Like running into a whole new world. But that's like a sort of a Big Bang sort of thing, if it makes sense. And I checked, there was nothing. But after the whole like, I don't even know what I heard my grandma death rattle, and I hate to bring that up. I mean, I was having troubles. But it's not like it was troubles where it was painful. Like I was like almost giggling to myself, but I was like also, like I said, like kind of shy. I was trying not to like heavily breathe. Like I don't know. It was the realest thing. I don't know. And then I'd be embarrassed when I made the death rattle every time. It was like maybe, I don't know, in the span of like a minute or two. I don't know how long. I guess I could put it into the same sort of classification as the first time smoking weed. I don't know. I don't know how much I was under the influence. I don't know. I don't. I honestly don't. I don't think I was, because that was in the whole 7 day span, and that's like in between the works. That's a work week. Ay, ay, ay. Maybe some coffee. I don't know. A coffee enhancer, a real focus. That was like the first time. If we're talking about the same coffee, I don't know, like the prescribable one. Oh, that's all gone though. I swear that on grandma's ashes. That was the fam's decision to cremate. I saw her in the dream already, and that was like it was the weirdest dream. I found mushrooms in the dream, and I was like tripping already seeing these mushrooms in the dream. And I've never seen like mushrooms like the ones that you trip on, like only like through the internet. When I did the heroic dose back in the other house, that was liquid. I don't know. I thought that was the best so far. Fudge. I don't know. I don't know nothing. I haven't gotten sick though, which is good. Boom. That's mental. That's straight. That's talking to your body. When it's saying lay down, I lay down. When my equilibrium starts to flip out, I'ma listen to my equilibrium because it needs to level down. It needs to balance. That alcohol is the only thing that's made me puke so far. Alcohol. But it's always been like a roofie thing. But maybe that's because like how alcohol has like a ceiling. I think, right? But this last time I had that mental break where I was like, I need to lay this down. I mean, my mental, but then, like with the laser coming turning on, like that pissed me off. Like, all right, let me start to speak, guys. Let me start to talk about what I've done in this life. I went to sleep on mushrooms, LSD, ecstasy, Adderall, and a vape pen. I went to sleep on it. I can't tell if this is good or just bunk shit. I'm serious, I slept right through it. I woke up a few times, but I wasn't tripping when I did. I went right back to sleep. It wasn't much tossing turning. It was just every time I woke back up, I was pissed. And I went back to sleep. And now, like, I also got thinking to myself, well, maybe this was just shit. It's not like I got it from like a chemist. Not like I would ever, just saying. I mean, geez. I mean, that was like my first thinking, like, well, maybe this stuff is shit. Especially if these chocolate bars, well, they have like the Instagram handle right there. Stupid. But I went to sleep. And then, you know, I started dissecting them, you know, not doing the full train of them. And yeah, but no. How do you go to sleep on all of those? So I mean, I did my mission, you know. I had to do the dirty things just to see the dirty life. And I saw those lights before the eyes. But that's like I said, I had to. Well, hold on. Let me put the Holtz. Let me put the brakes on. Let me put the Holtz on. Maybe wait for some actual testing here. And who even knows? Like watching a YouTube video. Like I just tripped on shrooms just now. Or a YouTube LSD video. Wow, that was wow. Plus, you know, they're props. They had the IG handle. No, I did end up dumping them. But like a junkie, I had to. I mean, you go right out to the landfill. You know, people are like picking through that still. No, it is what it is, I suppose. I felt like I had to do what I had to do because, well, there's not much truth in this reality. So I was finding my own in my own reality. I just don't still get how I fell asleep on all that. I mean, I would think it would not to like, but dang. Plus, I was supposed to get gummies. Gummies are a lot easier than chocolate. I mean, especially if you want like 2 or 3 bars of them. I mean, I wasn't no wimp sissy wanting 8 grams and drinking all of them. And I was hoping he waited to the tea too. That was a whole ritual in itself as well. I went so far into the mind then, I told myself I unlocked a perspective. I told myself looking at that perspective that I wasn't quite ready to see that. And I left myself a little. That was like my first self-applied blank spot. It's almost like the perspective if you've ever been in a room and there's multiple people in there and you kind of get a zoom. The internet's interesting, especially being online. How almost every place is pretty foreign. There's all walks of life everywhere you go on the internet. It's hard not to meet someone in a different area of the world. You're on the internet. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. I gotta like focus on my back again. When I'm sitting here at the table, my right leg gets used underneath my left leg too much. There's no left leg transition on like if I was sitting on a regular chair. I constantly flip my legs back and forth instead of just overusing the right leg here. I wonder how it works here. If my inventory is full and the seeds drop on the ground, can someone immediately pick that up? How does that work? I mean, that would suck. I wonder if I freed people's voices up yet. Are you kidding me? My voice is this low. Come on, bro. They may have been their own self-hypnotist marks. Who knows? What do you mean? This is after my balls dropped, dude. I'm sorry. It was that one time I got super flustered and my voice just dropped to hell. I mean, it made me think my body's scarier that I thought. But like I said, I gave a few options. You know, maybe it's not just pissed off. You know, again, maybe we're just conjuring different chemicals, and they're potentially locked up. Kind of, potentially. Who knows? For now, we get this straight. Although then potentially, you know, if it is straightened out, and you know they realize what they're doing in their brain, then that would be like being in the config again. I gotta have something holding down something, right? Godly. I started thinking to myself, training how loud you can get your voice in your mind, because that would be a whole nother skill set as well. And why even have a theory in the first place is because I've been into certain talks of the mind where it's almost like I lose my voice, my ability to speak in my mind. It just vanishes. And then that would also be like another take on, you know, that movie, but that would almost be like the hidden side. We would get so focused on speaking actually out loud, but like I said, the conversations in the mind, they've gotten to a point where it vanishes. And not like I can't change points or topics or even get back to that same place, but it hasn't been as fluid as I liked it. Especially if I'm wanting to feel like I'm in a free mode of control. It was weird. The last time I went swimming, it felt like I was sharing breath. I had to get used to it. Because it started to remind me of like competitions, like how long can you hold your breath? You know. Or at least the last time I went diving underwater. Because that's like the real, you know, challenge. That's not like just going underwater when you're right at the surface. You know, you go dive down and then you have to make it back up to the top. I wonder how how deep some of those parts get of the lake. I've never really went exploring like that. We just now recently got goggles. I need to get contacts. I'm worried about them, that's all. The times that I have had contacts, it could have been an improper fit. Cicada in the... don't you eat that? Ay, ay, ay. Aha. Hey, at least I didn't pull nothing. Ay, ay, ay. He's like, get off my food. It's my buffet. Yeah. I've never been a big bug person. The beetles, they grew on me. And the cicada. Although that's like sticking my finger at it again. Good thing I got safety on. It's like I know they don't bite, but that's just like a natural response. Maybe I fear the way it feels on my skin still. Probably. I like a snake. I don't know why with snakes. I dreamed of a lizard. It bit me. It bit me in a dream one time. It was a wild one. Pretty sure I've said that. I'll stop talking about that one. That was the loopy lizard. But that in that dream, it was also a brighter place. Like comparing that to the food bar that I went to, the food bar was as dark as a dungeon, and the only thing lighting the place up was the bar. And honestly, it was like built in with the shadow. It's like some of the reconstructions of my dreams. They're, like I said with the one fairy teleporter. It was even though I was incorrect with that, there was two. Matter of fact, the one below and to the right, sort of in the location in my mind. But just how architect works sometimes. You know, it's a location but different scheme. But it can get confusing, especially, you know, trying to differ. Hard to defer. Alright, I need to swap plates. The only reason why I think not sleeping is beneficial, at least right now, if there are people that have cracked through and still aren't putting it back up, then I'm gonna at least have to put in my human endurance. Because they would be living and consuming off of like a magical thing. Again, if that made sense, like if they didn't get it properly, like if it was some of the like getting too like, oh, what is this place? You know, just getting too curious. I'm feeling like, because I don't feel like that right now, but I can bring it up. Like I can just easily rip through something. But those times where I know that like it was kind of like just a little glitchy fix, I put it back up and I was back to doing what I'm doing. But there's potential glitchers that have found glitches and holes, and you know, they just don't want to fill them. Because I do think it is like a fine line. Because I've seen some interesting stuff. But again, if you're improperly propping yourself up without any rhyme or reason, or even how, then I would think it's like a kind of like part of my mission right now. Because I'm getting like I'm getting strength. I'm getting motivated. I'm getting energy from this, and I don't know, maybe people have, you know, maybe people have gone down a little sloopy loop where they realize and they responded to their body as properly as they could have at that point in time, and nobody else has really challenged it, you know, because it would make sense to me that they're just doing the right thing. Now there's many decisions pending on how that right thing is possible, but again, that would be like how I'm kind of seeing this and how I'm viewing this, because you have like good and bad actors here. Yeah. And then I say that too, and you know, it's quite the place to be here. It's quite the place we're in. Not to give anyone an easy way out of anything. And we've all made quite the decisions. Some at times I'm sure are felt like they are forced. I know some of my decisions I made are at times felt forced, and that would go into sort of like free will and what you want to do with it. I want to get too off track and lost. Almost already on 7 hours. Wow. That's like so many symbols. Symbolism is so powerful. Symbolism is very, very powerful. It could almost be a cure. And how would that be for just lying right in plain sight? And I don't know how this looks in the great big scheme of things. I know at times for me it's felt like never turned that off, huh?
What's that?
Is that still on? No. I'm trying to remember if I went off the phone and turned that on.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to remember. Maybe I did. Should I not have? No. I wanted the water. I definitely didn't turn off the water. But then I turned off the water and he wanted it back on. That was just my miscommunication though. Or maybe he was in a little bit of a dream state. Not 100% sure, honestly. Hey. Hey. AI told me that that water was stagnated petroleum. Is that true? That purified water is stagnated petroleum? Is that true? AI told me that. Purified water is not stagnated petroleum. That's what Yahoo says. I don't know why that popped back in my mind, but that was just something. Golly, AI. Ay, ay, ay. It's honestly not fair because I can speak. So honestly, one of them's going to be a mouth opening. Huh. I don't know. I feel like maybe it's too into design. Because I started like breaking it down like a machine. And then like trying to figure out what's been done here. And cover it up again, you know? Like a surprise. 9,421. Okay. And then the coin pouch was full. And whatever that is, stop. Thanks. I'm not a bull. At least not needing anything tied. I mean, it's weird stuff. I mean, I'm about to just get on. It's not something that'll wake me up. It's something that makes me want to hit the hay and run. I mean, especially, all right, sir, are we gonna have to get you a solid checkup? I've never had one of those. The closest thing that I've gotten was getting my plasma drawn. And that threw me for a loop. Good old plasma donation. I'd still do that if I didn't have the whole white coat syndrome. I mean, come on. It's either this or, all right, guys, I don't even need my glasses in this life. Just viewing this stuff is a little bit too much. So, well, me, I'm going to be behind my cave lids, it seems. Ooh, I got to open them up and make sure I'm clicking where I should be. All right, back to business, I guess. I mean, this is like the freest. But like even these are hiding like, ugh. Ugh. What's going on? My eyes had to focus for a second. Wait a second. Did I see that right? Let me take those off again. It seems like the word and the font is a little bit smaller here. But when I put on my speckers, they kind of get magnified a bit. Yeah, I'm seeing that right. It's a lot bigger with these on. Oh, the influence. Shit. Fuck. Take the glasses off, idiot. Take them off. Take them off. Put them down. Back to the cave, stupid. You're done with the theory. It's over. You proved it.